bet you got it twisted, you don't know who to trust. So many player hating niggas trying to sound like us. Say they ready for the bump, but I don't think they know it. Straight to the depths of hell is where them cowards going. Well, all you still down, nigga, holler when you see me. And let these devils be sorry for the day they finally free me. I got a caravan of niggas every time we ride. Hitting motherfuckers up when we pass by. Until I die, live the life of a boss player. Cause even when I'm high, fuck with me and get cross later. The future's in my eyes. Cause all I want is cash and things. I 500 bands pumping flashy bangs. Bitches pursue me like a dream. Been known to disappear before your eyes. It's like a dope game. It seems my main thing was to be major. Pay the game sharper than the motherfucking razor blade. Save money, bring bitches. Bitches bring lies. One nigga's getting jealous and motherfuckers die. Depend on me like the first and 15. They might hold me for a second, but it won't get me. We got 4 niggas and low riders and ski masks screaming thug like every time they pass. All eyes on me. Live the life of a thug nigga till the day I die. Live the life of a boss player. All eyes on me. All eyes on me. Live the life of a thug nigga till the day I die. Live the life of a boss player, cause even getting high. Hey, to my nigga Pac. So much trouble in the world, nigga. Ain't nobody feel your pain. The world's changing every day, time's moving fast. My girl said I need a race, how long will she last? I'm caught between my woman and my pistol in my chest. Triple B, got as long as on whistle as I dip. I'm lost in the land when I'm playing, living life flawless. Crime balls, contraband, let me toss this. Mediocre's got a lot of nerve, let my bucket swerve. I'm taking off from the curb. The nervousness, neglect made me pack a tech. Devoted to serving this, my wedding paychecks. Like a kite satellite, nigga, I'm forever ballin'. It ain't right, parasites, triggers, and fleas crawling. Sucker ducking, get busted, no emotion. My devotion is handling my business, nigga, keep on coasting. When you going up in there, came back, it's lonely on me. Steady flowing against the grain, niggas still don't know me. There's a lot of money in this rap shit, this crap shit. It ain't funny, niggas don't even know how to act shit. What can I do, what can I say, is there another way? Listen shit all day, 24 parlay. My little homie G, can't you see I'm buster free? Niggas can't stand me, all eyes on me. Live the life as a dog, nigga, till the day I die. Live the life as a boss player, all eyes on me. All eyes on me. Live the life as a dog, nigga, till the day I die. Live the life as a boss player, all eyes on me. The feds is watching, niggas plotting to get me. Will I survive? Will I die? Come on, let's picture the possibility, giving me jobs. Lawyers making a grip. I told the judge I was raised wrong, and that's why I blame shit. Was hyper as a kid, old as a teenager. On my mobile, calling big shots. On a team major, packing hundreds in my drawers. Fuck the law, bitches, I fuck with a passion. I'm living rough and raw. Catching cases at a fast rate, rolling in the fast lane. Hustle till the morning, never stop until the cash came. Live my life as a thug, nigga, till the day I die. Live my life as a boss player, cause even getting high. These niggas got me tossing shit. I put the top down, now it's time to floss my shit. Keep your head up, nigga, make these motherfuckers suffer. Up in the bins, burning rubber. The money is mandatory, the hoes is for the strap. Cause criminal lights now, equipping the bulletproof vest. Make sure your eyes is on the meal ticket. Get your money, motherfucker, let's get rich and real. Kick it, all eyes on me. Live the life as a thug, nigga, till the day I die. Live the life as a boss player, all eyes on me. All eyes on me. Live the life as a thug, nigga, till the day I die. Live the life as a boss player, all eyes on me. All eyes on me. Pay attention, my niggas. See how that shit go? Nigga walk up in this motherfucker and be like, ding. God, thug nigga, till the day I die. Live the life as a bitches. It's even getting hot. Every motherfucking motherfucker. I got busted souls and police watching a nigga, you know? Live my life as a thug nigga till the day I die. Live my life as a boss player, all eyes on me. It's like what they think, I'm walking around with some keys in my pocket. All eyes on me. They think I'm going back to jail. They really on that dope. Live my life as a thug nigga till the day I die. I know y'all watching. I know y'all got me in the scope. Till the day I die. I know y'all know this is thug life. Y'all got me on this balance. All eyes on me.
All right, you guys. We are going to talk a little bit about what's been going on in America lately with all these terrorist attacks, shootings and whatnot. right after New Year's or right on New Year's, and it's going to be more of the same. I believe we have really got to be on alert right now. I think Americans need to be fully aware that because of Trump, because of the mass deportations coming up, there's a lot of people that's going to be riling out. They're going to be letting their hair go wherever it goes, and they're going to do whatever they feel like doing. And we got to be prepared for all the nutcases that are here among us. We got to be prepared for all these illegals that are going to be scrambling and desperate and wanting to find cover. I'm sure that there's going to be more instances that's going to happen, but we have to spread awareness about what has happened since the first. And I want to play the first video of Trump, what he talked about on the first or right before the first year came. Fair use of all videos. This is for Black Righteous Folks Home, or you can call me For Black for short. This is going to cover a lot of videos under 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. We're going to do it for education, observation, research, information, all the above. Not meant to infringe, but to inform. So let's get with the first video. If you guys have not yet, please do me a favor by liking the video. I would greatly appreciate that. You can also share and subscribe. Let's go.
It is. Apart from obviously winning the election, what's one of the highlights for 2024? Well, we're just going to have a great nation again. We're going to bring it back to better than it ever was. I think we're going to see things, and it's going to go fast. We're going to see some amazing things, but we're going to bring it back at a level that a lot of people didn't think was really want to see something happen, and we're going to give that to them. We're doing a good job. We're doing a real job. We have great people. Many are here tonight. You're going to be very happy. Have you got any New Year's resolutions for 2025? Well, I just want everybody to be happy, healthy, and well. Thank you. So here at Close Report that Biden's regrets dropping out. What makes he would have beat you? What do you say? Well, he was way behind. He would have really, I still not had a chance. He was way behind her. And we wanted record numbers, as you know, on every swing state. We won the popular vote by millions and millions of people. So, hey, look, I wish him well. He had a chance to do it in the debate, and that didn't work out too well for him. That was, I guess, the reason that really led to his downfall. What are you looking forward to in 2025? Which is great, a great year. I think we're going to do fantastically well as a country. We're going to bring it back. It has to be brought back. People are not respecting our country very much, and they're going to respect us a lot. I think a lot of progress has been made over the last 5 weeks. It's been pretty amazing when you look at what's happened. There's a whole light over the whole world, not just our country. There are a lot of very happy people. What's your message to the Republicans who are still not supporting Speaker Johnson? I think they'll support Speaker Johnson. I think we're going to have a great time in Washington. I think we're going to get great support. He's the one that can win right now. People like him. Almost everybody likes him. Others are very good too, but they have 30 or 40 people that don't like him. So that's pretty tough. Are you calling members of the Well, if necessary, but I think really we're going to have a great time. We're going to get a successful vote. He's a good man. He's a wonderful person, and that's what you need. Are you going to change your mind on H-1B? I didn't change my mind. I've always felt we have to have the most competent people in our country. We need competent people. We need smart people coming into our country. We need a lot of people coming in. We're going to have jobs like we've never had before. But you plan to go to the Carter funeral next week? Sam? You plan to go to President Carter's funeral? I'll be there. We were invited. I'd rather not say. Are you and your nominees? Well, I think we have great nominees. We're doing very well, I think most of them are being thought of very highly, just about all of them. So I think we're going to do very well. You said that he stays here to meet with. Where are you planning a meeting with him? Well, there's a traditional meeting. Some people say we already had that. We met a week and a half ago. But if it's appropriate, I'd like to do that. Yeah. Any new thoughts on Ukraine and the situation there? Do you intend? No, it's a shame. The whole thing started. Would have never started if I were president. You wouldn't have Ukraine. You wouldn't have Ukraine-Russia problems. You wouldn't have had the Israeli problem with what happened on October 7th was just a horrible thing. All of the things. You wouldn't have inflation. Inflation was a disaster. One of the reasons we had the country, we won the country by the kind of numbers we won by, which were record record-setting numbers. All of these things, and then you take a look also, look at all of the other problems that they cause. The problems that they caused to this country, and specifically Iran on the border. Millions and millions of people that flow through our border, from prisons, from mental institutions, people that should not be in our country. And you see the crime numbers, they're going through the roof. Look at New York City, look at Chicago, look at Los Angeles. They're going through the roof. We're going to get them out. We're going to get them out fast. Thank you.
About a ceasefire bill, you said if they don't have one by the time you take office, it'll be held today.
We're going to see what happens.
Have you spoken to the president?
They better let the hostages come back soon.
All right, so he was having his heyday moment, getting ready for the party of a lifetime for the new year. And since then, there's been so many different things that have happened. What I want to start with first is the Tesla Cybertruck explosion outside the Trump Hotel. People are considering it a terror attack. Let's take the latest video on that, and then we'll do an update on what happened or what they're suspecting happened there in Las Vegas, I believe.
Well, some breaking news also coming out of the US tonight. One person has died and 7 others were injured when a Tesla Cybertruck caught fire and exploded outside US President-elect Donald Trump's Las Vegas hotel. Our colleagues at NBC News have heard from 3 senior law enforcement officials briefed on the matter that it is now being looked at as a possible terror attack. Well, police say 1 person died in the vehicle and no cause has yet been given for the fire and the explosion. The 7 others who were injured have been taken to hospital. Well, in a post on X, Tesla CEO Elon Musk said the whole Tesla team is investigating this matter right now. We'll post more as soon as we learn anything. We've never seen anything like this. Also hearing from our NBC colleagues that authorities...
It's really ironic that it would be a Tesla truck, Cybertruck, one of his type of trucks that would be used for this potential terrorist attack. Is very interesting what is going down. But I think that we as Americans should know that we are on full alert. We should be on red alert. Moving forward, we should be very cautious being around crowds. If not, try not to be around crowds. Why are we going to incite these nutty bars to do a lot of different things? Obviously, people are very dismayed and upset, agitated that Trump will be taking office. And there's going to be a lot of flare-ups, I suspect, before and after, during his presidency. I really hope that he will stay protected and that this mass deportation plans that he has in play won't be somehow usurped or dismantled because, again, we have to get our country back. But let's continue to listen.
Have not stated a possible motive for the Cybertruck explosion, but the car was rented from the same rental company that facilitated the truck used in New Orleans to an individual they haven't named publicly. That's according to 2 officials and reported by our colleagues at NBC News. The investigation into the explosion of that Tesla Cybertruck is being looked at as a possible terror attack. Keeping across that throughout the evening.
So another video wants to talk about it further. So let me get to that video. There's details being provided on the explosion at the Trump Hotel. Let's see what the latest is about. If you guys have not yet, please hit the like. It really does help with the algorithm. And I know that I have a lot of haters about our identity as Black Americans. We will get a little bit later into the live about what is going on with Pan-Africans being triggered, about people claiming to be American, indigenous to America. There's a lot of people that are triggered, but we'll get to that conversation a little bit later. But here's the latest on the officials providing details about this explosion at the Trump Hotel.
My name is Kevin McMahill. I'm the sheriff of the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department. At 8:40 a.m. Las Vegas time, we received a report of an explosion and a fire at the Trump Towers, the iconic hotel that you see behind me. We were told that a 2024 Cybertruck pulled up to the front of the hotel, and in fact, I can tell you it pulled right up to the glass entrance doors of the hotel. We saw that smoke start showing from the vehicle, and then a large explosion from the truck occurs. There is one deceased individual in the Cybertruck, and I don't know whether it's a male or female at this time. We are investigating a number of leads, and I'm not prepared to release any of that information to you just yet. I can tell you that there are 7 victims right now that sustained injuries from the explosion. All of those have been reported to me at this point as minor injuries. We'll continue to hope and pray for their immediate recovery. Also, we're very well aware of what has happened in New Orleans with the event that occurred there and the number of victims there and the additional IEDs. So as you can imagine, with an explosion here on our iconic Las Vegas Boulevard, we are taking all of the precautions that we need to take to keep our community safe. We're looking for secondary devices. We're taking it slow, and we are going to make sure that we remain safe in our community. I just want to say to all of the people here in Las Vegas, there does not appear to be any further threat to our community here now. And if that changes, obviously, you will hear directly from me to provide any update to you. I anticipate later this afternoon to give you much more information on what we are finding out in this investigation. But obviously, the Cybertruck, the Trump Hotel, there's lots of questions that we have to answer as we move forward. With that, I will tell you that our entire law enforcement, first responder community is here and present and working on all of the issues that we have here, one of which is the FBI. I'm going to turn that over to ASAC Jeremy Schwartz to give a couple of comments, and then immediately after that, Deputy Chief Tommy Touchstone from the Clark County Fire Department to give you a couple updates as well.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Jeremy Schwartz, currently the acting special agent in charge for the FBI here in Las Vegas. First and foremost, I just want to say, our hearts and prayers go out to the community. Even though there's only one deceased victim at this time, something like this happens in the city, and it has an effect on our people here in the community. So we recognize that, and we're here to do everything that we can to support this investigation, to jump on board with our Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department partners, which we've already done. I know you're looking for a lot of answers, and ideally right now we just don't have a lot of answers. We're going to continue to work as hard as we can over the next 24 to 48 hours to hopefully get more to you. But this time we've got a lot of questions, and we've got to figure that out before we can actually get anything out to you right now. So again, we're here, we're deploying resources, and we will continue to do that until we get to the end of this and figure out exactly what happened and why. Thank you.
Good morning, Thomas Touchstone, Deputy Fire Chief with the Clark County Fire Department. The Clark County Fire Department responded this morning along with Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department and Las Vegas Fire and Rescue. We had a response time of approximately 4 minutes. Engine 12 arrived first on scene for the fire department to find a fully involved Tesla Cybertruck in the valet. They quickly began pulling tack lines to extinguish the vehicle fire, and also realized at the same time that there were multiple persons with injuries located around the vehicle. In total, as the sheriff said, there were 7 minor injuries, 2 of which were transported to UMC, again for minor injuries, and there is 1 fatality within the Cybertruck. CCFD's remaining on scene in coordination with Las Vegas Fire and Rescue and Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department to continue to render the scene safe, to make sure that the Cybertruck is fully extinguished as it is now, and then also to recover the victim from the vehicle. And we'll remain on scene assisting Metro as long as possible. That's all I have. Thank you.
I would also just like to add, I'd like the community to please stay away from the area for right now, because we don't know what we don't know, obviously. I'd also like to thank our Strip Resort partners. As you can imagine, we have had to evacuate the hotel. The vast majority of the people that were staying in the hotel have moved over to the Resorts World. I'd like to thank them for their graciousness in hosting these individuals that are also victims in this as well. We'll have another, we'll let you know when the next press conference is going to be with a whole lot more information for you. But until then, I just remind the community we believe everything is safe now. Thank you very much.
Okay, so I am assuming that somebody was in the vehicle, but you guys are saying that it can be remotely used. Does someone know for certain? Because I thought for certain that somebody was in the car unalived and they don't know who that person is. Let me see what you guys are saying in the chat room before I continue. There's a lot of stuff going on. There was just a recent shooting at a bar or a club recently too. Of course, what happened in Louisiana, we're going to get to that as well. So this new year has already started off with a bang. And we got to get this message out that we are under attack. There's going to be a lot of other people coming out of the woodworks, I'm sure. So we got to be ready. Exceptional Excursion says, how are Black people going to be for Trump when they're not for themselves first? Well, we're starting to get on board with that. Exceptional Exclusions. We have to be American first in America. We can't be divided in our mind about who we are as Americans. There are Pan-Africans that are working on trying to dismantle our identity, which I'll get into that a little bit later. But as long as we know that we are from America, we are of this soil, we have a right to be here and stop all the distractions and all the people that's trying to pull us away from being American, we can get on one accord and then, of course, be, for Trump. I don't understand why we can't be for Trump. Easy X says, was it self-driving Cybertruck? That's what I'm trying to figure out. I thought they said there was somebody that was in there. Norton said it's all bull squat. Easy X says, I have a friend with a Cybertruck and all of them have the self-driving ability. Yes, Jay says, great start to the year. Yeah, it is not so great. It's going to get worse before it gets better as the days continue towards the inauguration of Donald Trump. I'm pretty sure that there's going to be attempts on his life. I hope not. I hope that he's really prepared for what's to come, because a lot of people do not want to see these mass deportations. There's a lot of people that is going to be adamant about not wanting to be mass deported, and what reaction or what are they going to try to do to not be deported? Who are they going to affect? In the meanwhile, as Americans, we have got to be careful. Norton says somebody remotely parked that in front to go against Elon Musk and Trump. Okay. And Wood and Tech says, just hope that it gets better from here. I hope so. But I don't think it's going to stay okay. I think many people are going to try to disrupt what Trump's got going on. What he wants to do, they're going to try to dismantle that. Self-drive technology is here. I have gone on several Tesla self-drive tests, and it's incredible. So accurate and efficient, Easy X says. Is that right? The Blacks are supported. Trump are for themselves first, of the land says. Yes, we are. We have to be. And we're just reviewing what has happened since the first. Of course, Trump Tower, or his hotel in Vegas, was under attack by a Cybertruck. And they're trying to get more information later about that. Yeah, the invasion has begun, Norton says. Of the land says, I'm not sure if the Tesla had a driver inside. I've heard that some are able to be operated without a driver, but they usually have someone inside. Okay, well, that's news to me. I guess I have to update it when I get an official understanding if there was somebody in there or not. So we're going to say that maybe somebody was not in there, or maybe they were. I just assume, because I don't know these vehicles and stuff like that. But thank you for clarifying that. Now, of course, there was an incident that happened at the New Orleans. And I want to talk about him, the guy that did this horrific attack with the vehicle that he used to drive through crowds of people killing, I guess, 15 people and injuring about 30 others on Bourbon Street. Let's get the latest on that review or news. Please hit the like button. Please share. Let's go.
26 Houston team as this investigation is underway at the suspect's home right now. Good morning, Shelby. What can you tell us? Good morning, Chrissy. Yes, this federal investigation has been going on for more than 15 hours now. All roads leading to what's believed to be the home of Shamsuddin Jabbar has been blocked off by authorities as the FBI says that they are leading this investigation, deploying multiple teams, which includes the SWAT team as well as bomb technicians. Now, what we know about Jabbar, it's limited at the moment. We're still gathering information, but in a video that he posted online about promoting his real estate business, he says that he is from Beaumont, Texas, which is a city east of Houston, but relocated to the Houston area where he currently lives. We also know that he is a veteran of our military, also has a little bit of a criminal background that includes being arrested for theft in 2002 and driving without a license in 2005. Now, of course, the FBI is tight-lipped when it comes to what they're exactly doing at Jabbar's suspected home, but Jim Conway, a former supervisor of the FBI Joint Terrorism Task Force, says it's all in the name of safety.
Leads beget leads. These investigations become exponential over a period of time. And what they have determined is where he lives and where he currently resides, vehicles he's associated with, and every aspect of his life is going to be scrubbed and investigated to make sure that they're covering any and all leads that could lead to anything else that would pose a danger to public safety in the United States or overseas.
And the FBI is also asking for the public's help, specifically looking to speak with anyone who may have had contact with Jabbar in the 72 hours leading up to the attack in New Orleans. So you can do so by calling 1-800-CALL-FBI. You can also submit a tip online. Christy? All right, Shelby Rose with our Fox 26 Houston team. Thank you for your reporting. All right, and I actually do want to play out some 4-minute remarks from President Joe Biden. As we did hear yesterday, he commented on this attack in New Orleans. He also commented on that Tesla Cybertruck that blew up outside of President-elect Donald Trump's hotel in Las Vegas. I do want to head over there and play those out for you right now.
Good evening. I know I can speak for all Americans when I say our hearts are with the people of New Orleans after a despicable attack that occurred in the early morning hours. To all the families of those who are killed, to all those who are injured, to all the people of New Orleans who are grieving today, I want you to know I grieve with you. Our nation grieves with you. We're going to stand with you as you mourn and as you heal in the weeks to come. I want to thank our brave first responders and law enforcement personnel who stopped the attacker in his tracks before he could kill or injure even more people. I want to thank you to everyone at the Department of Homeland Security, the Department of Justice, including the FBI, for working non-stop to investigate this heinous act. The FBI is leading the investigation to determine what happened, why it happened, whether there was any continuing threat to public safety. Here's what we know so far. The FBI has reported to me the killer was an American citizen, born in Texas. He served in the United States Army on active duty for many years. He also served in the Army Reserve until a few years ago. The FBI also reported to me that mere hours before the attack, he posted videos on social media indicating that he was inspired by ISIS, expressing a desire to kill. The ISIS flag was found in his vehicle, which he rented to conduct this attack. Possible explosives were found in the vehicle as well, and more explosives were found nearby. The situation is very fluid, and the investigation has a preliminary stage. And the fact is that right now, there you go. The law enforcement and intelligence community are continuing to look for any connections, associations, or co-conspirators. We have nothing additional to report at this time. The investigation is continuing to be active, and no one should jump to conclusions. I've directed my Attorney General, the FBI Director, the Secretary of Homeland Security, the head of the National Counterterrorism Center, and the intelligence community to work on this intensively until we have a full and complete information. And once we have that information, I will share that information as soon as we can confirm it. Additionally, we're tracking the explosion of a Cybertruck outside the Trump Hotel in Las Vegas. Law enforcement and the intelligence community are investigating this as well, including whether there's any possible connection with the attack in New Orleans. Thus far, there's nothing to report on that score at this time. I directed my team to make sure every resource is made available to federal, state, and local law enforcement to complete the investigation in New Orleans quickly and to make sure there's no remaining threat to the American people. We'll support the people of New Orleans as they begin the hard work of healing. New Orleans is a place unlike any other place in the world. It's a city full of charm and joy. So many people around the world love New Orleans because of its history, its culture, and above all, its people. So I know, while this person committed a terrible assault on the city, the spirit of our New Orleans will never be defeated.
Now, before I let it continue, I want you guys to see who this guy was on his normal day. Let's listen.
Good evening. I'm Shamsuddin Jabbar, property manager with Blue Meadow Properties and team lead at the Midas Group at Core Realty. I just want to say hello and let you know a little bit about me. So I'm born and raised in Beaumont, Texas, and now live in Houston. And I've been here all my life, with the exception of traveling for the military, where I spent 10 years as a human resources specialist and IT specialist, where I learned the meaning of great service and what it means to be responsive and take everything seriously, dotting I's and crossing T's to make sure that things go off without a hit.
So that's the man that did this heinous crime when he was professional. And it just goes to show you that it could be anybody that could do a terrorist attack. They might seem very normal and very nice and very decent and very smart, but what are their intentions? What triggered this man to do what he did? I mean, he's affiliated supposedly with ISIS, but what is going on in the mind of someone that has been a U.S. citizen for a long period of time? I don't know if he's Indian or what his race is. He does look like a foreigner to me. Does anybody know what his race is? Is he Indian? Is he looks Indian to me. That's all I come to. But let's get the latest also on this investigation, according to WDSU News. Let's take a look at that. I really wasn't feeling Biden and what he says. I just want Biden gone already. Biden has caused a lot of these problems to be in the first place by bringing all these illegals over here, all these ungrateful, entitled illegals over here. And even though the guy's not an illegal, he probably comes from somewhere else before, wherever, the Middle East, India. I don't know. I wish that they would give us more information, but hopefully one of these videos will. If you guys could, please hit the like button. And this, again, is the latest on the investigation in regards to this incident in New Orleans.
Is breaking news on WDSU.
Right now, we're giving you a live look from Bourbon Street, courtesy of Earth Cam. More than 24 hours later, there's still a police presence and also crews cleaning following the tragic events that happened just a few hours after ringing in the new year. This morning, 15 people are dead and 30 others in the hospital after a man plowed a pickup truck through Bourbon Street before opening fire on police officers.
And Daryl, we want to show folks at home the victims who lost their lives. They are right there on your screen. Both locals and tourists were killed. And we're learning more about one victim in the moments before he lost his life. We'll get to that in just a moment. Meantime, We're digging into the suspect, 42-year-old Shamsuddin Jabbar, who was also killed during the attack by police. He is believed to have ties to terrorist organizations. We have team coverage this morning bringing you all aspects of this terror attack and what's being done today to make sure the Sugar Bowl is safe. Let's begin with WDSU reporter Anam Siddiqui, who has a timeline of the events that took place yesterday. Anam, good morning.
Yeah, Morgan, first I want to mention that we're on Canal Street where tensions are still high. So many people, from tourists to us who live here, are still trying to wrap around how this new year got started. Now, you talked about a timeline of events. I'm going to get into some numbers, but keep in mind that this is an ongoing investigation, so these numbers can change at any moment. But for right now, we know that at least 15 people are dead and more than 30 people are recovering after a truck plowed onto Bourbon Street and Canal early New Year's Day, and the city calling this a terrorist attack. Now take a look at your screen for a photo and name of the suspect. This right now on your screen is 42-year-old Shamsuddin Jabbar of Texas. We also know that he is an Army vet. Now he was shot dead after an exchange of gunfire between officers before he was killed. We're told Jabbar rented a truck from Texas and drove it down here. Videos show the white truck driving down Canal, swerving past NOPD vehicles and plowing down Bourbon. He was reportedly wearing full military gear at the time of the attack. The FBI reports the terrorist group ISIS flag was found inside of his rented truck. Now, it was absolute chaos when I arrived to Canal at 3 a.m. yesterday. Streets still shut down. Police at the time searching for explosives. At one point, I was in the St. Roch area where the FBI was investigating a home with possible bomb-making material inside. As of right now, it's not confirmed if Jabbar acted alone. Many have questions about exactly how Jabbar got onto Bourbon. I can tell you this. City officials are currently replacing bollards ahead of the Super Bowl. So at the time of the attack, bollards were not in place in that specific spot, but NOPD lays down the measures they did have in place. Take a listen.
And we did indeed harden those target areas where the ballers are. We have patrol cars out there as a hard target, as well as with barriers. Now, I want to share with y'all, if you did not know, that this particular terrorist drove around onto the sidewalk and got around the hard target, where he did have a car there, we had barriers there, we had officers there, and they still got around.
And we have much more on Jabbar. I know our anchor, Daryl Forges, is here on Canal also, just watching what's happening right now, 24 hours after this tragedy. So, Daryl, I know you have more details on this whole situation.
Yeah, Anam, good morning to you. And just sitting here in the middle of Canal Street, between Canal and Bourbon, it's just an eerie feeling. It's not what I'm used to seeing here in the heart of the city of New Orleans. Right here behind me, you can still see there's a lot of crime tape. Police continue their investigation. We also did see Ivy Waste here earlier this morning. They started cleaning out parts of Bourbon Street. And we also saw some folks leaving the city of New Orleans as well. We saw a lot of people leaving with their luggage. Spoke to one guy who says, I'm getting out of here, I'm going home. So there's a lot of concern and a lot of feeling and a lot of tense feelings here in the heart of the city of New Orleans. And Anam, you just talked about it. We are continuing to learn more information about this suspect in this situation. I want to go and show you his picture right now this morning. This is who FBI identifies as the driver as 42-year-old Shamsuddin Jabbar. He was shot and killed on the scene. A senior law enforcement official tells NBC News that 4 people believed to have planted bombs in the area have been ruled out as suspects. Also, according to NBC News, the video of the 4 people was the base.
So he was 42-year-old Army veteran, a U.S. citizen from Texas. He drove a white pickup. Maybe it was rented. The reason why it does matter if he's an anchor baby or not is because a lot of people that come over here to America for the so-called American dream really have hidden hatred, disdain for America, for the history of America, for what America has done, and the jealousy and envy and what they perceive American government has done to different land masses and countries as well. There's a lot of disdain, and they allow these people to come over here to be in-home grown terrorist cells among us. And now they are seemingly dispatched right now. And there might be more than just this guy right here that did what he did. There might be other people waiting to take their take their turn or whatever like that. So this is kind of important. If he is an anchor baby from somewhere else, or if he was born here and still had ties to ISIS, I mean, that's like a long, fucked up mindset to have about this hate that you have, and yet you are walking around in your life pretending to be okay with America, good with America. In fact, I mean, a vet of the army and whatnot, used by the government and then turned, to be the enemy of the very thing that you were hired to be, like a part of the army and whatnot. So it is important. Let's get back to this.
For the FBI suspicion that Jabbar did not act alone. Now, NBC reports that the FBI is still not prepared to say that Jabbar carried out the attack alone. The FBI is asking
that man does not look like a so-called African American. Stop lying. What's your name? Norton. Now everybody's an African American. I'm so tired of this. Look at his hair. He looks either Indian or Middle Eastern. Look at his name. He does not look like a Black American. I'm so tired of everybody being able to use that term. It is ridiculous. That is why a lot of Black Americans are delineating, because we see that a lot of foreigners and immigrants are using that term, or other people perceiving anyone to use the term. It's really ridiculous. I don't think he is a so-called African American at all. Let's go.
This morning to call this number, 1-800-CALL-FBI, or contact them at tips.fbi.gov if you interacted with a suspect within the last 72 hours. Now, this investigation is crossing state lines as well. We also know a man was arrested at the suspect's home in North Houston, Texas. This video shows a man surrendering to SWAT outside of Jabbar's home as officers pointed their guns at him. We also know the SWAT team brought at least 4 kids and 5 adults out of that home. The man surrendering in this video has been taken into custody, but we don't know his connection to the suspect or the attack itself. Now, Morgan, there's also concerns about those 2 explosives that were found in the French Quarter yesterday.
And Daryl, our crews were actually on TV live on Bourbon Street when police supposedly detonated 2 IED devices in the area. Take a look at that coverage.
Do you know what eating cabbage can do to your heart? Cabbage is a cruciferous vegetable that resembles lettuce.
And police supposedly detonated 2 IED devices in the area. Take a look at that coverage.
Whoa, they just detonated something. We got another fire in the hole, so we have another There it is again. They just blew something else.
Now, we've heard reports that people were hearing pops like that throughout the day yesterday, and Louisiana Attorney General Liz Murrill says one of the IEDs was placed between 2 law enforcement vehicles. NOPD and their bomb squad also evacuated an area on Mandeville Street in St. Roch after a fire broke out at a home there. Police were searching for additional explosives. They believe the attacker was renting the home as an Airbnb. This morning, we are learning more about one of the victims killed in yesterday's attack. 27-year-old Tiger Beck was a former Princeton football player. And according to his sister, he was walking back to his hotel with his best friend when the attack unfolded on Bourbon Street. We're told Beck died from internal injuries, including head trauma. His friend, Brian Quigley, was injured, but is said to be in stable condition. Now, Beck's sister tells WDSU the last time she heard from her brother was when he texted the family Happy New Year. Beck was originally from Lafayette, and his sister says he was visiting Louisiana for the holidays. He was set to fly back yesterday morning.
And by the way, rest in peace to all the people that had lost their life. My condolences to friends and family of all the people that have lost their life. There's like 15 of them. And this is a cautionary tale for us to know that there might be other things brewing that may be coming down before the inauguration of Trump, or maybe even while he is president. We have to be vigilant and not assume that these incidences are isolated, because it might just be the beginning of many other different instances that's going to occur that's going to be, putting us in jeopardy, especially crowded areas. So we got to be mindful of malls, stores, just different venues that have a lot of people there. You might want to skip them and do other things. Maybe invite your friends and family to your home, or do something totally different, go to a park or something like that. I don't know. We got to think outside the box about what we can do to not incite these instances. I think that it's going to draw a lot more people to the crowds because they want to maximize the death. That's why they go to crowded areas, to maximize the death. And that's just unfortunate. Let me see what you guys are saying in the chat room before I continue. I appreciate everybody for being here. Happy New Year, although it hasn't begun very happy. There's a whole host of other things that's going on that I wish would not be happening right now. Unfortunately, these are the times. Is it the Trump effect? Are people really acting out because of what is coming down the pipeline with the mass deportations? I'm sure a lot of other people are antsy right now. They are nervous and anxious about these mass deportations. What are people going to do? There are some that are self-deporting, but there's plenty others that are adamant about not going nowhere and fighting to the end, and maybe taking out some other people before they get taken out of here. We have to think about the mindset of how other people might be coming after us and doing us any kind of way, because we are, in their mind, they don't like us. They don't like Americans. They don't like anything, and they're jealous. A lot of them are just jealous too. So we have to be careful moving forward and get some weapons, pepper spray, whatever you need to do. But of course, a car, you cannot get out of the way of a car unless you are able to be out of a crowd. You can run better if you don't have crowded people right next to you, whatever like that. You said there is a possibility that someone is threatening him or his family, Mr. Archer says. You said he is from Iraq, Charles says. Okay, so he's from Iraq. He's not a Black American. Please don't say that again. Sharon says, January 20th can't get here fast enough. I know that's right. Too many things are happening. Aiden says this guy was a U.S. veteran. Yes, he was. And Pinky says his parents are immigrants. He's an anchor baby. That's what I thought. And Mr. Archer says you didn't even listen to Biden. He was born and raised in Texas. I listened to him a little bit. I don't have respect for Biden, Mr. Archer. I really don't. He is the worst president of our lifetime. Listening to him is very nerve-provoking to me because he's done so much damage to our country. I really get ill looking at him, listening to him, knowing all that he's done to this country to get us in a really fucked up position that we're in, to where mass deportations are even needed, and all the criminality that's here brought forth behind Biden. So excuse me that I cut off, letting him speak, but he's annoying. Douglas says, great timing, peaceful transfer my ass. I know that's right. Someone says, investigate Obama. I guess you want to say Obama. You spelled it different. GNR railroad. You said it's the Zionists' fault. Patricio says. Of the Land says he's being born and raised in Texas doesn't mean his parents didn't originate somewhere else. Exactly. He is not an American. He is not indigenous to America. Lee says, why are you watching this crap? Because why are you watching me if it's crap? Pinky says, anyone in this world can be a U.S. veteran. Means nothing. People do it for citizenship. Exactly. Norton says he wasn't going faster than 30 miles an hour. Okay. That's still fast for people that's in a crowd. That's too fast. Commissioner says he's an anchor baby. Does that ultimately matter? Yes, it does, because they have a lot of disdain for us, and they feel like the government has done something to other countries like ISIS and all these other places, Iraq and all Afghanistan and places like that are very hostile to American. If they threw him in prison until the heat death, would it ultimately change anything? He should be punished. He is punished. He's gone. Now he's dead. You said not because he's an anchor baby or because his parents are from somewhere else outside the USA. Again, more people that is indigenous to America don't have this type of disdain for people that are anchor babies that have come and have other ideologies and other thoughts about America overall. So it does, in fact, matter. African Goddess, how are you doing? You said he was on his third divorce and having financial difficulties. Maybe he just snapped. I think it's more than just that. I guess we have to wait and see what other information they dig up about the guy, but he's gone. Thank the Lord. But of course, he could have acted with other people, though. So we have to keep that in mind. Norton says, y'all are a bunch of sheeple if you believe this narrative that they tell you. Okay. They all working together. Okay. All right. So this is an operation where they're working together to do what, Norton? David says the officer isn't the brightest, stunned that a bad guy drove on the sidewalk. Okay. Mr. Archer says, and Norton has all the answers. Yeah. Pinky says, it means the U.S. might want to rethink giving foreigners citizenship for service. Exactly, because they can turn to be our internal enemy. Norton says that man was a fall guy. And no, Mr. Archer, only God has the answers. He was African-American descent and he converted to Islam. He is still trying to put that jacket on us. If you don't get out of here, Norton, he is not a so-called African-American. This is why we're delineating, y'all, because too many people gets put that jacket on and we don't even want that name attached to us no more. We never liked the name. We don't care for the name. And everybody that comes from somewhere else, like Kamala Harris, is using the name, and it's like anybody can use it. It's ridiculous. Sinclair says one word, Islam. Okay. Norton says that man is a fall guy. Peter says, I'm sure there are more of those or these sleeper cells around. I believe so, Peter. I believe that too. African Goddess says, anyway, the attack sounds very similar to the one that happened in London. It might be a copycat attack. I'm mindful of any car coming around me. And I'm going to be more mindful of any car now since that has happened, especially around a crowd. But I won't be in no crowd. Pinky says, Norton, that name and look is African. And of the land says, more information should be given about his parents and lineage. He has a foreign name. Is it from his parentage or did he convert to Islam? And Norton says, you can't see his face. Yes, I saw his face. He doesn't look like anything that resembles a Black American. You said he is still a suspect for God. Seek. Okay. Murbakar. Ali says, why do you think they cover their face? MTG says, okay, because he's an Islam. Is that what you're implying? And Peter says he's no way a so-called African-American. Exactly. Patrick says search ghosts in the machine and realize nothing is as it seems. Okay. And the Rev says definitely Arab descent. Yeah, definitely. Either that or Indian. I thought Indian when I first saw him though, but he could be Arab. Pinky says, welcome to the chat. To Peter, I'm sure you are right about that. And welcome to everybody that's in the comment section. I really appreciate you leaving comments. If you could please hit the 3 dots to the right and then hit the thumbs up. That would help the video. Please share this video and please subscribe to the channel. Easy X says, I never understood why the U.S. government would bomb a country and then help the same people they bombed and killed by giving them citizenship. The Palestinians and the Iraqis are recent examples. Yeah, it don't make no sense, Easy. Ain't nobody else would do nothing like that. We're some crazy people to allow such a thing to do. And KROX1 says, right, it's never them. Maribach says it could be another Hollywood movie. Okay. Commissioner says, is that in your opinion because one is more or less dangerous than the other? What do you mean? I think the people that are homegrown, that are indigenous to America, have an allegiance better for America than the ones that came from somewhere else and they have other views and other religions, other ideologies, other historic mindset that they bring to America, and certain things they don't agree with here in America that happens that I don't even agree with, but they really don't agree because of their faith, because of their religion, and they might want to try to do us dirty. And that's what you just witnessed with this guy, you know, taking a vehicle and slamming it into a crowd of people. That's a lot of hate. That's extreme. Pinky says all those people in that house need to be deported after prison. How was he planning that? And no one in that house knew. Nothing goes on in here, and I don't know nothing about it. I heard that. Norton says, please. And MTG says Muslims. Pinky says, Cosmo G sounds like you're in the wrong chat. Thank y'all for coming through. I really appreciate everybody for being here. Nekin says Trump will take care of all this on the 20th. Everything will be okay. I hope you're right. But he is not God. You know, Trump is not God. He is a man. He has to know that people are going to be working very hard to stop and distract him from doing what he plans to do. It is a major thing to deport over 1 million people. So a lot of people feel some kind of way about him even daring to do that. And a lot of Democrats, these demon Democrats, are against Trump. There's a whole host of people that's going to try to stop Trump from doing what he's trying to do. So we got to be prepared about all things. Pinky says we should stop it, and it shouldn't have never started. To Barry. And say it again, preach, MTG says. And John says, FGB, he's the worst president. You think so? I don't know. I think Biden is the worst. Letting in about over 10 million people, unvetted, unchecked, don't know what type of diseases they're bringing in, don't know what kind of mindsets they're bringing in. They could be anti-women, anti-black. None of this information is known, but they're all over here. Some of them are gang related. Some of them are dealing with drugs and whatnot, fentanyl and all that kind of stuff. That is not a positive to any of us here in America, especially to our culture or anything. It's not a benefit. So, you know, that's what we're up against. Mr. Archer says Biden gave you the facts, not speculation. Oh, you like Biden, huh? Oh, I'm sorry about that. The whatever man says, I'd rather have a president in prison than what the hell we have now. Exactly. I want Trump is going to do ultimately better than Biden, in my opinion. MTG says, I'll second that. Blind Moonlight says he was born in Beaumont, Texas, real estate agent from Houston, served in the U.S. Army like he was American. The guy who shot at Trump at the rally, he was American as well and a longtime Republican. Yeah, I know he was, but the other guy that you're talking about, I don't know if his family is not immigrated to America. They still tend to not have the same allegiance to America as a person that only knows of America all their life. Jared says, I would imagine now law enforcement officers that shot him have to be concerned about going to jail now for killing the guy, even though he's a terrorist. I hope not, Jared. I hope it can't be that bad. Come on, Jared. Let's not think that bad. Tell them Blanca sent you. Rios, you said Rio. Easy Access, Biden's legacy will be pardoning his crackhead pedophile son. Biden's son was effing his deceased brother's wife. Wow. While getting her hooked on crack. He was such a great son. Oh no, Easy X, you got the tea. Of the Land says the media should give full disclosure of the attacker's lineage. Years ago, his parent, grandparents, etc. would have been reported. Today, criminals are provided privacy. Isn't that crazy? and everybody else that's black is assumed to be so-called African American. It's ridiculous. And Jason says to Archer, are we related? Okay, y'all related or not? Not. Blind Moonlight says, I thought George Bush was pretty bad, especially after the American Dream Act. They come second in line. I would say the junior would be the second worst president to me. And then probably Carter after that. But that's what I think. Biden has got to be the worst. Ain't nobody thought to just leave our country unsecured and all these different elements that have been let in without being vetted and think somehow that's going to be a benefit to the country overall. Come on, long term, it can't be. Pinky says, L6, take responsibility for the country you or your parents or grandparents fled from. Then you will be in a position to wag your fingers, fleer. All right. Tell them Blanca sent you, said Americans. Carol says, where is the actual footage of the incident? I didn't get a chance to see that. If I get a chance to find a video of that nature, Carol, I will save it or find it to play another time, but I haven't found one yet. Jared says, in order to be from Africa, consider African Americans, you have to actually be from Africa. Exactly. I can't stand that term. It's really disrupted a lot of people's mentality here in America. Sean says, just trying foment something against Trump. Okay. Blind Moonlight says, and actually, if you look it up, he did most damage with the banks, that housing crisis, the loss of jobs. We still suffering from it to this day. Okay. And many sleeper cells, tell them Blanca sent you, says, I believe so too. I think that there's probably hundreds of thousands of these types of people that live among us. We have over 300 million people here in this country. Can you imagine how many millions we might have that really hate us? They really despise everything that America represents. They all are here with us. Blind says, was Trump parents immigrated here? If you think alike that, what about his wife? Again, even if I think that anyone that comes from another country has another allegiance, I just think that they tend to have another allegiance to where they were born first. I just think that. Do they have bad intentions always attached to that belief? No. Not everybody that has another allegiance to another country have bad ill will intention to kill and murder Americans. So I wouldn't go so far as accusing Trump's wife for having those type of that type of mindset. But there are those that do come from other countries that do have a terrible mindset and to bad intention with it. So I'm not going to, just because Trump parents immigrated here and his wife immigrated here, does not mean that all the anchor babies or people that are not from America, indigenous wise, hate America to the degree that the guy that mowed down a crowd of people with a truck. Okay, he's asking Mr. Archer, where are you from? It's about people are angry. Tell them Blanca says. And yes, please double tap the video and then it will help my video come up a little bit. Welcome everybody that just got in. Please like, share, comment, and thumbs up the video. Thank you all that have done so far. Pinky says this conversation is about an immigrant that committed deletion of many. Did Trump or his wife do that? Let me know. Exactly. R5123 says, we pray that God keep him safe. Pray for Trump. I know that's right. I really am a little nervous for Trump. And I hope that he has a lot of security and the right type of people that's going to protect him. Mr. Archer says, anyone here remember Darrell Brooks who did this in Wisconsin? Okay, really? Okay. I don't recall. Phil says Brooks, who represented himself in court, he was crazy. Okay. Did he? Okay. and more like 25 to 30K here who are illegal. There's a lot more than that, PYC, I believe. I think there's millions of illegals that are actually here, that have been here for decades. And praise Trump. Rob says, I don't know about praising Trump, but I would say that I hope that he will do a good job, like he claimed that he wants to do a good job. And I want to give him an opportunity before I judge and go against him before he's got into office. A lot of people want to convict the man, and he's not even in office yet. So Pinky says, don't come back. This is not the right chat for you, to Jimmy. Bye. Okay. Darla says, America has got to be tougher and stop being lax. They really do. And Spencer says, white Trump, white black women. Okay. W Trump, W black women. I don't know what that means, Spencer. Trump best for the American people. Glad I voted for him for the third time. I voted for him this last time. Penny says, Brooks is the first person I thought of when I heard about New Orleans. Okay. And Jay says he's a domestic killer. Okay. Jewish man says it's time for black people to get off the Democratic and the Republican plantation and finish off the work the civil rights generation did not finish. That is fight for reparations and our land back. I think we should fight for our survival at this point, Jewish man. There's going to be a reset that's coming with Trump. And a lot of us are not going to be prepared for the reset. We got to figure out how to survive this reset and also survive any type of deviant plan, diabolical plan that's going to go against what Trump is planning to do. And a lot of people want to take us out alongside of others that don't want to leave America because they're jealous and they are feeling like they're entitled to be here. So I pray for our survival as American first. I don't think that it's my job or Black Americans' job to do civil rights other than our own rights for our legitimacy as Americans and fighting for what justices that we need in this country. But we're not to be expendable and used for other groups of people, which they're attempting to do right now. These Pan-African talkers are trying to use our legacy and our history towards every other plight out there and forgetting about the Black Americans that the civil rights were for. Wisconsin, Mr. Archer says, Steven says, can't wait till January 20th. Bring on Trump, mass deportation, come in the U.S. the legal way or don't come at all. Exactly. Idiots like the regurgitating their thoughts onto social media is what's wrong with this world. Checked. Permit says, I just think, no, you don't think. Okay. PDR Phil says 3,300 million people here. You just can't fix stupid. No, there's about 300 million people in America. That's what I said, PDR. Phil, fix your ears. Blind Moonlight says, how far back do we need to go? Should our grandparents be deported because of what a grandkids do? Should our parents no longer provide heritage or cultural lessons about where we come from? If you came here illegally, you need to worry. That's a fact, Blind Moonlight. You got to worry if you're a criminal and you came here illegally. That's what it all boils down to. And I'm grateful that he wants to get rid of the criminals because we don't need to be coexisting with criminals. Jeffrey says you can't tell who voted for Trump and who voted for the other just by the words used and tone or the context. Okay, Phil Bright says, Dr. Phil, you know what she meant. You would have voted for Biden. I know, that's sad. That is sad. Please hit the like button, you guys. You skipped my chat, dislike, I'm out. What? I didn't skip you. I just read your silly comment, Phil. What are you talking about? Nah, I voted Trump. I don't vote for idiots dumping their opinions in the world. Mr. Clendon says, Pinky is on fire. Yes, she is. McLovin says, what the F is this? Keep watching. And hail Trump. You can hail Trump if you like. Mr. McKinnon says, yes, I remember the Wisconsin case, Christmas Day. Your American mainstream media didn't say jack or ish about any of it. Is that right? Okay. Blind Moonlight says, so therefore, do you think America should be communist country? Do you think all Americans should think alike? Do you think we all should have the same religion, the same beliefs? No, I don't believe we all should be the same, but we shouldn't hate being here. We shouldn't want to see the destruction and fall and failure of America. And if those people that are in America feel that way and have those sentiments and they are illegally here, they need to get gone, period. Lynn says, didn't like Biden, but always pray for all presidents. Yeah, I don't like Biden at all. He is annoying to me. Mr. McKinnon says, according to what you see online, our potato administration is importing approximately 72 illegals a day. You said they're bringing them in? Importing 72,000 illegals a day. That's a lot. Carol says, thank you. I've been researching for the footage myself and waiting for them to release it. As soon as they show it, I will show it on a video. Trust and believe that, Carol. I will do that for you. Blind Moonlight says, there's a lot of people in America think all Americans should be Christian. We should not have the freedom of choice of our beliefs, our culture, and our religion, and we're not about that. I think that no one has a problem with other faiths that are here, other ideologies or thought-provoking things that you believe about yourself. It's when you impose those thoughts onto other people that don't have nothing to do with what you're doing. And sometimes some of these extremists that are Muslim, for instance, Islamic, they do believe in trying to impose and force their belief system on a group of people that don't know nothing about what they're, espousing inside of their head. And I have a problem with those types of Americans or those types of anchor babies or those type of foreigners that do come over here. Stop trying to bring your foreign ideology or religion mindset to America and try to force feed that stuff to Americans. I don't like that. Pinky says, did I not understand what you were trying to say to check permit? Blind Moonlight says, there's people in this country that have come from terrible backgrounds. I have a terrible mindset. I'm not going to punish the majority for the minority actions. Exactly. That's how you're supposed to be. And No says, report it, whatever. Jeffrey says, I feel like the police dropped the ball on the protection of the people at the event. I'm pretty sure plastic barricades are no match for a vehicle. Should have had concrete barricade cards, sidewalks. I'm sure that they're going to make corrections now, Jeffrey, and I hope that they will do what you're saying. Blind Moonlight says, the guy that mowed down the people with cry of the truck is American. Again, he can still be a U.S. citizen, but is he indigenous to America? Is this the only landmass that he knows of? I'm pretty sure that he knows of another landmass that his family came from. That's all I'm saying. Christine says, I believe Jesus Christ is coming soon, that we'll see it in our lifetime. You think so? Pinky says, good, now hit the like button. You're still here. Okay. Tamul Rooted. Please hit the like button for those that enjoy any of this conversation or need to know what is going on. Blind Moonlight, like at what point do you lose your American card? What gives you that card? That's our birthright. We didn't earn that. Our ancestors earned it though. Nick says personal freedom equals personal responsibility. No more crimes without a victim. I think seatbelts are important, but the government has no right to take our money or freedom over something like that. Okay. Golden Brown says we should have equality in the amount of money as every other Americans have. Golden Brown says, exactly. Thank you for coming through. Carol says, survive the reset, do the right thing every day, and then pray. Exactly. Okay, I have read enough of comments. Let's get back to the video that I was showing, and then we're going to move on to the next topic, which is a shooting at a club that also took effect in the beginning of this year. Let's pay more homage to the people that have lost their life. Here was a football player that lost his life. The latest affected behind this this heinous crime that this guy committed, who is a U.S. citizen, who was a vet. I can't remember his name right now. It's a Muslim name, but let's get back to this.
Fly back yesterday morning. 5:38, and the Sugar Bowl was set to kick off last night inside the Caesars Superdome, but that game was postponed in the wake of this unimaginable attack. It will now kick off at 3 p.m. today, and WDSU reporter Elizabeth Kubel is joining us live from outside the dome with more on that decision to postpone the game and also the security measures in place to make sure everyone is safe today. Elizabeth, good morning.
Good morning, Morgan. And so that means that thousands of college football fans will be exactly where we're standing right here inside and in the Caesars Superdome in just a couple of hours from now, 24 hours after you mentioned that horrific terror attack. This is an area that city and state leaders are stressing is safe. Now, news of that awful attack was so devastating to all of us, right? When we heard about it, it was also so devastating for Sugar Bowl officials who say that they hurt as much as anybody right now. So in response, they moved the primetime playoff game between Notre Dame and Georgia to p.m. today. We're told law enforcement that would typically be allocated to an event this big are engaged in active investigations related to the attack. So that postponement allows for additional security resources to be put in place, and public safety is paramount, as right now efforts are focused on securing the Superdome. Congressman Troy Carter talked about the decision to push back the Sugar Bowl.
Rest assured, the decision that was made to postpone the game was not done lightly. It was done with one single thing in mind: public safety. Making sure that the citizens and visitors of this great city, not only for this event, but for every event you come to in Louisiana, that you will be safe, and we will use every resource possible. As the governor has said, as the mayor has said, and every law enforcement agent here has said, our energy, our commitment will be to make sure that you are safe now and for every event in the future.
And of course, that really is what it is all about. Governor Jeff Landry said that he would be at the game, and City Council President Helena Moreno said that she purchased a ticket to the Sugar Bowl as well. Reporting live just outside the Caesars Superdome, I'm Elizabeth Kubel, WDSU News.
Elizabeth, thank
Now,
you.
trying to keep up with all these incidences that just recently happened, wow, it's just too much. There were, 10 people shot outside a nightclub in Queens. So let's take a listen to this. It's just back to back to back to back.
That breaking news that we mentioned in Queens, 10 people shot outside of a New Year's party at a nightclub in Jamaica.
Yeah, the NYPD holding a press conference overnight saying at least a group of men fired at least 30 shots into that crowd. And thankfully, all of the victims are expected to survive. That's where we find Eyewitness News reporter Phil Tate live in Jamaica with more on the search for the gunman.
Yeah, Pedro, Charlene, right now an active investigation is underway as they try and track down 3 to 4 men that shot at a crowd outside of the Amazura nightclub, sending 10 people to the hospital. I want you all to take a live look right now at this active crime scene. Investigators are hard at work. About 30 markers are down right now. Again, this happened right here in Jamaica. They are looking through every inch of this frozen crime scene. Now, it appears that there was a private event that was taking place at this space with about 90 people inside when those bullets flew around 11:30 last night, causing panic, injuring 6 women and 4 men between the ages of 16 to 20. Now, cops say it was a dangerous scene as about 30 shots were fired before the suspect, still at large, got away in a gray Infiniti with out-of-state plates. Now, police are right now recovering evidence along the 100th and 44th Place Street outside of the club, which is now a massive crime scene. Now, Chief of Patrol Philip Rivera spoke out just a short time ago as to how this all unfolded. Let's take a listen.
4 males were walking eastbound on 91st Avenue onto 144th Place towards the venue. 3 to 4 males then opened fire over 30 times in the direction of the group standing outside the event space, striking multiple victims. There is zero tolerance for these senseless shootings, these horrible acts of violence on our streets. And those responsible for this crime will be apprehended and brought to justice.
Now, right now, you're taking a live look at the more than 30 markers which now line the street here on 144th Place. Investigators are hard at work as they continue to search for any clues that will help them provide any answers as to how this all went down. Police say that this was not an act of terror. Now, if this was gang-related, they say that that is an avenue that they are now pursuing, but it is still too early to say it was gang-related. We are live.
Okay, so there was actually a YouTuber that went to the scene, and he's going to talk about what he experienced or what he learned about what that shooting was all about. Let me get to that video. This is Nate Friedman, and he went to the nightclub. He went to the scene. Let's see if there's anything that we can learn on what happened. All I know is that moving forward in this new year, if you blindly go to nightclubs or you blindly go to crowded areas where a lot of people are, you are a sitting duck. This should be a cautionary tale about what is going on. This stuff has been back to back to back. And I think that a lot more people will be stir crazy as time progresses with Trump is going to be entering into office. There are plenty of people that can't stand Trump. There's plenty more people that do not respect his mass deportation plans. And I'm pretty sure that a lot more people are going to be acting out, responding, lashing out. And we got to be prepared mentally for all these things that are about to come our way. But here is the latest.
As soon as I saw the news, I rushed to that location from Manhattan. It is now 3:30 a.m. at the time of reading this. I got warnings from people to be very careful about another shooting or a bomb that can go off, as sometimes that happens when first responders get to the scene. This video is hardly edited at all, as I just want to get it to you as fast as possible. Here is my view from the Uber arriving at the scene. Right away, I could see multiple ambulances and tons of police cars. I approached the first officer I could see to get some answers. Okay, thank you. You too.
Hi, sir. How you doing? I'm an independent journalist, and I'm trying to understand what's going on out here. Do you mind if I can talk to you? Not even just one quick thing?
No.
That's not okay?
We have people that talk to them. You know, we have people that talk to media for that.
You're not able to say what you've seen or anything like that? All right, thank you. Can you point me in the direction of where exactly it happened? You said have a good day? Okay. Is that a bomb squad car?
Good question. No, Mark. Hey, boss man, just want to go around, please? I'm looking to see. Oh, yeah. The sun ties around here.
I got you.
I saw the news and I'm just still concerned.
Was your son in there?
I don't know, because he's a grown man, you know?
Yeah.
And this is the kind of places he will go.
Yeah. Is he from the area?
Yeah, he's from the area.
Yeah. What's your name?
Peters.
My name's Nate. Nice to meet you. I'm an independent journalist. Are you from the area?
Yeah, I'm from the area.
Yeah. Is this block normally dangerous, or?
I don't really come along this side. I'm from 150th Street.
Yeah.
So I don't really come along this side. But I know this has had a lot of these young people activities, a lot of West Indian things. I'm West Indian, so I expect my son would be here. I'm only concerned because he's supposed to be home about 2-3 hours ago. And I'm not seeing him. I haven't seen him. I'm going to be calling. He hasn't responded to this phone. He has a white Mustang convertible. That's what I'm looking to see around.
We're looking for a white Mustang?
A white Mustang convertible with a black top.
I see. Do you want to see if we can go to the other side?
I went already. It's all blocked off. I can't get to see.
It's all blocked off?
Yeah.
Let's see. You tried that way. What about this way?
I went this way. I went all around.
You went all the way around?
All the way around already.
Did you message your son?
I messaged my son. I called him, and no response. But he's a firefighter, so and I know when he went to his house, my house is there. When he went to his house, he wasn't feeling well. He said he was going to sleep, but I don't, I really don't know. He's not responding.
Yeah.
Well, since it's not really showing us anything of any substance, I'm going to go to now the Economic Times that's talking about this and giving more details. The NYPD is revealing more details. Let's see if this is going to tell us anything new. If you guys have not yet, please do a favor by hitting the like button. There's 3 buttons to the right-hand corner. You hit that and then you hit the thumbs up, or you could double hit the screen and then that will like the video. Thank you in advance.
Thank you for being here. I'm Philip Rivera, Chief of Patrol, and with me tonight are Assistant Chief Kevin Williams, Patrol Borough Queens South, and Inspector Donna Bowler, Detective Borough Queens South. Let me start by saying that there's zero tolerance for these senseless shootings.
Says a group of men fired at least 30 gunshots into a crowd gathered outside the club, injuring 10 people, New York police said. I wanted him to say, why is this not talking? So a group of men fired at least 30 gunshots into the crowd.
These horrible acts of violence on our streets, and those responsible for this crime will be apprehended and brought to justice. The information I'm about to provide is preliminary and subject to change, as this incident just happened a few hours ago. Last night, January 1st, at approximately 11:18 p.m., the NYPD received multiple 911 calls for several people shot in front of an event space located here at 91-12 144th Place. Our initial investigation revealed that approximately 90 people were inside the location in an upstairs private event space. The venue was at capacity, and a queue of about 15 people formed outside awaiting as other attendees exited. 4 males were walking eastbound on 91st Avenue onto 144th Place towards the venue. Three to 4 males then opened fire over 30 times in the direction of the group standing outside the event space, striking multiple victims. The males fled on foot westbound on 91st Street towards 143rd Place, where they entered a light-colored sedan with out-of-state plates. Officers responding to the multiple 911 calls found a total of 10 victims, 6 females, 4 males, which were taken to area hospitals. All of the victims victims are expected to recover with non-life-threatening injuries.
She believed this to be gang-related.
That's one of the avenues that we're pursuing, but it's too early to determine right now.
Are you considering this a terrorist attack?
This is not a terrorist attack.
So they don't consider this a terrorist attack. Wow. Missouri has an expansive interior with capacity for 4,000 people and regularly hosts DJs and live performances. So the capacity is up to 4,000 people. Y'all better get away from these crowds. Stay away from the crowds, man. Don't take no more chances.
Is that what kind of event was going on?
It was a private event. We're still looking into the actual determination of what was the source of it and why it was occurring, but we'll get to that.
You think about a memorial of someone else that was shot?
We'll take a look into that.
Okay. Well, I'll take right here. Hearing this? No, witness. Let a correct permits filed from the operators of this establishment.
That's part of our review. We're very familiar with this location, and we'll look into all sorts of licensing and whether they're appropriately operating.
All right, I'll find a question. Chief, how many shots you beat fired? You talking about shell casings to the same?
Approximately 30 shots, and we're still going through ballistics evidence to come up with an accurate number.
It says the shooting happened on the same day a terror attack was carried out in New Orleans that killed 15 people. In another incident, a Tesla Cybertruck exploded in front of Trump's Las Vegas hotel, killing 1 and injuring 7 around the scene. I was hoping to see the explosion as it happened, but they got a still picture of it right there. Wow, what a new year has begun, 2025. So what I want to do is play a quick instrumental while I take a little moment with my dog to go outside. And then we're going to transition to a new topic. We're going to talk about Pan-Africans or being triggered with any Black American who dares say that they are American first, dares says that they are indigenous to America, dares says that they do not acknowledge other ethnicities as being included in their ethnicity. We are fighting to keep our identity from other illegals, migrants, immigrants from claiming our identity. People are trying to erase the Black American. There's so many other melanated people that attach themselves to the African American term, to the Black American term, to the point where online people are using other names to describe themselves as a way of distinguishing themselves from other people. There is a group called FBA, better known as Foundational Black Americans, started by Tariq Nasheed, who is I guess a historian or a movie documentary producer who wants to make the distinction so that we can not be confused with other groups of people that have an identity already. And because we have decided, or I'm not FBA, I don't claim FBA, but I claim Indigenous Black American or any other name that is not allowing others to group themselves onto us, are infuriating, frustrating, and triggering Pan-Africans and other foreign Blacks into battling with Black Americans as what's been going on social media. So as these other resets are happening, other crimes are happening, other news are taking effect. Also on social media, big news thing that's going on, actually has been going on for years, but it's the same topic every freaking day about what Black Americans are calling themselves, and people feel some kind of way about us having our own ownership to our own identity. While they come over here and have their own identity, make it make sense. A Jamaican has his or her identity as Jamaican. No one is battling with Jamaicans about calling themselves Jamaican. No one is battling with Haitians calling themselves Haitians. No one is battling any other Caribbean or any other African people that have their own distinct tribe or tradition of calling themselves whatever they call them. But when it comes to Black Americans saying, it's becoming really immigrants, a lot of immigrants are immigrating over here, and we're hearing on social media a lot of them are calling themselves African American or calling themselves Black American, and it's muddying the water as far as who are the indigenous Black Americans. And when I say indigenous, I have to say it really slow. Indigenous meaning that we've been here since the founding of America. We've been here. We are indigenous to America. We've been here for hundreds of years. We just didn't come here 50 years ago, 100 years ago, 200 years ago. We've been here since 1776 when the formation of America happened. And people get upset with us using the word indigenous or aboriginal or foundational. A lot of Pan-Africans are feeling like they want to have ownership of our identity, and other melanated Black folks that come from other places that have their own identity is trying to literally bully on social media Black Americans into accepting being called like African, accepting to belong to Africa, even though they're not in Africa, even though they don't dare go to Africa. And most of these foreigners are trying to become an American and stay in America. They're trying to force feed to Black Americans that are indigenous to America that we don't belong here, that we should feel the same way that they feel about these mass deportations. We're all the same. We all come from a boat. I don't subscribe to that mindset. I am an American first. My president will be Trump. All this notion of talk of unity and Pan-African talk is nothing but a myth, and it's a fantasy. And it's a delusion that's trying to sweep the minds of Black Americans when there's no sign of Pan-Africanism or unity anywhere. It's every man for himself. That's what's going on in the world today. These immigrants that are coming abroad are not thinking about unifying with Black Americans to build anything. They're trying to fight their way to become what I am, American. And instead of people just allowing us to make our own identity and respect how we want to identify, they are coming for our jugular. They're arguing with us. There's various platforms that are talking about us nonstop. One being Q Butter, another one being Psychopatheists, and there's plenty other Pan-African who are cult-minded. And they are really about trying to claim us and have ownership of our identity against our will. It's really bizarre. So when I come back, I will talk about that conversation. I just wanted to first showcase what has happened in this country since the first happened, with all the different crimes and how uncertain it's going to be. And we have got to be vigilant about these crowds. We got to be vigilant about going to these clubs. I would say don't do it. But if you do it, you need to know what kind of mindset you need to have and looking at the exits and how to get away and these different things. I think there's going to be more to come, unfortunately, because there's been too many people that came through this country illegally, and they're feeling some kind of way about potentially being deported. And that is going to bring a lot of just drama and trauma to America, and we got to put up with it. But while I take a break, please enjoy this song or this instrumental by Paul Hardcastle. It is entitled Desire. And when I get back, we'll talk about the next topic. If you have not yet, please hit the like, please share, please subscribe to the channel.
what is right and what is wrong. What is right and what is wrong. To another place, take me higher, take me far away, side by side, side by side. You wanna know how it feels to be back together, so much history. And understand, lay down by the bay, side by side, just like yesterday.
All right, all right, all right. I hope you enjoyed the mini break. Please hit the like if you have not yet. Now I want to talk about Q Butter. Q Butter is a YouTuber who has a school somewhere in New York, and his sentiment in his teachings is about Pan-Africanism, or trying to group all Black folks as one thing, which erases our identity as being who we are here in America. And I don't know why these conversations keep circling around Black Americans so much, but that's all we keep hearing on social media is Black Americans calling themselves something different. They're not accepting or receiving the notion that they're African. We never have considered ourselves African before. I don't know why it's surprising that we are not calling ourselves African now, but this push, this bullying that his platform does, Taz Exclusive kind of called out. He recognized that the platform pretty much is to beat up on Black Americans, and he did call it out in this live. It's a 12-hour stream almost, damn near. I can't play all of it, obviously, so where I started is when it kind of got good. So I hope that you guys would appreciate this live and seeing the struggle of these Pan-Africans trying to bully, trying to force feed our identity to us. I don't understand why foreign Blacks believe that they have the right to dictate to Black Americans what we call ourselves, but that is what typically happens in different spaces on YouTube, and it seems to be the phenomenon that's going on right now. Of course, we know soon approaching are mass deportations, and some of those mass deportations will include melanated people across the globe. And if Pan-Africans really believe in Pan-Africanism, are they going to do something about these mass deportations of these melanated people? In my opinion, they're not going to do a damn thing. So they should just be quiet. They should stop with the rhetoric of trying to bully Black Americans into accepting an identity they never had for themselves, and respect that we want to have our own identity like other groups of melanated people. But for some strange reason, FBA, ADOS, Indigenous American, Aboriginal American, whatever we desire to call ourselves, have gotten Pan-Africans truly triggered. And primarily the melanated groups of people around the world are really triggered for some reason when they have their own identity. It doesn't make sense to me, but let's go with the stream. And I started at the 6 hour and 15 minute mark. Let's go.
They hit you with the term, like the talker points. Well, how do you know if you wasn't there? That's what that's called. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, they have these a lot of these ego defense mechanisms, and in certain situations they'll try to use the white people's sources to validate their point, and then like they'll start talking about Pangea. Well, where did you hear about Pangea from? You know, so you heard about that from white folks, but then we come with other information. Well, that's not true because da 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 da, and this and that.
Marley, these niggas just have willful ignorance. That's
willful, right?
Yeah, damn, Marley, you almost sound like them. Shit, what the fuck? We don't need to know all this shit. Like, you're making them too sophisticated. That's what I'm saying. They don't know all that goddamn shit you talking about. When you're showing sources after source that have evidence after evidence, and they're going to hit you with, I don't believe. Then it's just willful ignorance. You choose to stay ignorant.
There's anything
you can do after that.
They will say that they don't know. That nobody showed them and nobody taught them. And nobody, it's like a lot of them too. They have like they gotta find somebody to blame for a lot of
well, there's a lot of things we don't know. That is why you rely on the expert. I'm pretty sure none of them knows how their car work, how the brakes work, how the gas work. But they drive the car. They don't go in the car and be like, I don't know how the engine works. I'm not gonna turn the key. They still drive the car. They still trust that it's gonna stop because the experts tell them it's gonna stop when you press the brake pedal.
right? And that's the science. It's this, and they
exactly. They don't have to know.
Right. They don't have to know. It's the same thing with their laptop and the computer. Like nobody knows.
History is even easier because all you're doing with history is just recording, going back in time, and reading the records of whatever that was recorded. You're not even doing anything. You're not doing no scientific research. You're not philosophizing. You're just reading what was left behind. So if you all give it to someone and they're going to be like, well, I don't believe. Why don't you believe? Because you have a different story.
I ain't gonna lie.
To back up your story.
That accent is like, shut up, though. For real. Like, because for real, like, that's them FBA dummies.
You shut the fuck up.
Some of us that don't apply to, right? So you're a foreigner for real with an accent. Like some of that is like mind your own business at some point because you on the attack now. It ain't like you want to. You're a foreigner talking about us. Like that's where
I ain't talking about you, not anyone special. I'm talking about people that bringing in misinformation. Yes, I'm a foreigner. You could hear it in my accent.
You giving misinformation right now. You don't know us. You giving misinformation. Who knows anyone on the panel? Who knows anyone personal here?
Those in general.
You know Young Datey? Other than you looking at Young Datey screen, you don't know the fuck about Young Datey. And nobody knows anything about Young Datey.
I know he's a Black American. And I know he don't have any levels of disdain for being a Black.
Based on my accent, nigga, you should know that I'm a Jamaican. We are the fucking Canadians, bro. You should know that I'm a Black Jamaican.
I ain't never heard this man talk negative about Black Canadians. I ain't never heard him talk negative about no Jamaicans. But he always got something negative to say about us. That's a problem. So let me hear some problems with Black Canadians.
One thing I heard is FBA niggas talking bullshit about Jamaican people, about African people. There was a nigga on here all morning calling everyone terror. He's even calling Black American terror, based on the fact that he thought they were from the Caribbean. He's calling Cuba terror, based on the fact that he thought Cuba wasn't from Brooklyn. If you want to shoot shot,
what I'm saying is this, though. Nope.
But hold on, Taz, you was even talking about pseudos in general, Taz. You was even talking about.
But he gets a pass for talking about Black America. He gets a
nigga. I wasn't even saying shit about Black Americans. I'm talking about people that are bringing misinformation.
Pseudos in general.
I'm talking with Marley about people that are bringing misinformation. Right. You don't want to hear my accent. Go listen to your fucking rock.
Like some of that it sounds just as negative as they do when they doing it. Like, because it wouldn't be cool for me to sing in Jamaicans. That ain't okay, bro. But you do it. You sit here and talk about Black Americans so freely because they let you. I ain't gonna let you, bro. Like,
what did he say? What did he say, Tad? What did he say? This nigga just want to talk shit for the. No, I want to know what he said. I want to know what he said. I want to know what he said.
He's just being contextually honest in the conversation, taking the exact Black American. That's what talks about FBA. Like, and I get why he's doing it. Like, you know, it's a Pan-African channel, Pan-African conversation. But I don't think it's right because if somebody come around, turn around, and start doing that shit to Jamaica, niggas gonna fold. They not gonna like that shit.
What did he say?
Be wrong. So you shouldn't be able to do this.
You got some crap about Jamaica, then talking shit about Jamaica. What the fuck do I care if you want to talk shit about Jamaica? If you're saying something that is not true, the most I'm gonna do is correct you. If you're ignorant ass want to take the correction. Wait a minute, what conversation was Black?
They talking about FBA, but they keep like it's easy to sit on here and talk about Black people freely. Just because y'all cool with that shit, he gonna keep trying it. So somebody gotta say, hey, bruh, why do you keep talking about us though? Because you're not talking about Jamaicans. You're not talking about Canadians. You're only talking about Black Americans. Why is that?
I'm talking about history. I'm talking about history. If you're stupid ass, happen to get caught.
You ain't talking about no history.
What the fuck you want me to do? Have sympathy for you?
You already
I don't
been down
have
that
sympathy for dumbass niggas. I don't have sympathy for fools. If you happen to get caught up in the history, then nigga, take the shot. Oral history. You want to take shot at Jamaican? What the fuck is going to do? Cry for you?
And the problem is that these immigrants think that they have the authority over what we're going to call ourselves here in America. Is really insanity. This guy is always on this platform going against Black Americans, and a lot of their sentiments is jealousy. It's being envious of us being Black Americans, indigenous to America, undeportable. They want us to be treated like other immigrants are scrambling about, needing to go back to their home country because they came over here illegally. And they're trying to make us feel guilted about our status here as being American. And they're trying to un-Americanize us by claiming that we're African, claiming that we were slaves of old and that we need to pretend like we're still slaves today and get on the mindset of other slaves thought or think like. And it's not a good thing to do. It is unfortunate that this is what happens on these platforms, but they continually attempt to bully Black Americans. And luckily, Taz Exclusive pointed out that these foreign Blacks really don't like Black Americans. They really don't. They always got something to say about us. The whole streams are about us trying to delineate and have ownership of our own identity. Simply wanting to do that is causing all this craziness right here.
Hold on a minute. Taz, ain't you the one that said when niggas be doing dumb shit, they need to be called out?
Absolutely. And I call them out.
All right, so who on here that's not Black American has been talking dumb shit?
Well, like I just said, you listening to somebody who isn't Black American speak into Black American, but he's never speaking into Canadian. He's never speaking into Jamaican.
Why would he speak into Canadian if nobody from Canada comes on this panel and talk shit, yo?
That's what he be around. He don't be around none of us. He don't be around no Black American to talk about us. What the fuck you talking about? You don't know us other than these fucking panels.
That's a whole fucking what I'm saying though. Nobody else. That's the whole point of the panel. Nobody else on this panel that's Black.
Nobody on this panel was attacking Jamaican.
If you want to do an FBA only thing, go start your only FBA. Go start your FBA from only. That's not what he's FBA only shit. I'm pretty sure you get a lot of subscribers.
No, but I mean, it's two different spaces going on right now. I mean, Taz, your sentiment could be understood, but the talking point specifically was about what FBAs were saying, and if what they were saying was valid. He wasn't talking about Black people.
How would he know? Y'all giving this dumb fuck credit, nigga.
Anyone talking about anyone about what?
The last time I checked him on some history, bro, he said he don't want no smoke. He do science. So he need to shut up.
We just had somebody up here. We had somebody up here for 2-3 hours displaying willful ignorance. That's a fact.
Right, but he don't know that. But what can he break down and show his ignorance? He banned
how do you know he don't know, Dad? How do you know he don't know?
The same way I know FBA don't know shit. When I told him that, you ain't chime in to help FBA when I told him they don't know shit. So don't chime in to help his Jamaican ass. He don't know shit, nigga. Now stop
he's talking about some motherfucking shit that happened on this goddamn panel, Dad. You tripping, yo?
I know. I ain't tripping at all. Keep running interference, my nigga. It ain't gonna change.
I'm not running interference.
You're running interference.
It seems like they attack Black Americans just because he feel like banging on fucking Black American.
Why is he attacking Black
known history that is
y'all making a space for me to do that, bro?
Colleges because the ones that he is banging on
The ones that nobody touching his homeland, bro.
Any history book and you could read about the states. When it comes to in-depth American history, you're right. I'm not American. I don't know in-depth American history. I stay my ass out of those conversations. You never hear me but did. Right. When we're talking about known history, African slave trade at this point is known history all around the world, not just here in America. It didn't just happen here in America. It happened in the Caribbean. It happened
They would like to reset us back into the mindset of a slave. And that's the part that really gets me. Let me see what you guys are saying in the chat before I continue. Thank you guys for leaving comments in the comment section. If you have not yet, please hit the like, share, and subscribe button. Terry says, I wonder where the first human arrived after the dinosaurs. I really don't care, Terry. I can't wonder about stuff I can never know the truth on. I don't want to go back to dinosaur time or, the beginning with Adam and Eve, supposedly, and all this type of talk. How does that help us today? Living in so-called past times or historic times. How does that make you do what you need to do and the mindset you need to have to survive? You need to be focused on here and now in the present tense, looking forward to the future, and stop with the historic thinking or philosophers or ideologies and Pan-African talk and all this other ridiculousness, trying to get us into the mindset of a slave. And it's slavery we conquered. We got past, we overcame slavery. You said, like, which spot did they birth from? Terry says, again, I don't concern myself with stuff that I would never know the answer to. That just is a waste of time to me. And who was the best at killing buffaloes? He asked, of the land, asked Terry. You said, well, the buffaloes and the Indians, if they were here in America before we found in America through Mayflower coming over to America, et cetera, et cetera. How many hundreds of years ago was that, Terry? Pinky says, Mr. African, you don't know what is going on in your own backyard. Do I know you don't know what we're doing over here? To Mr. Upayo. I don't see him. Maybe you got rid of him. I don't know. The Land says this is an intermission break. Thank you guys for staying with me, listening to the music. Opayo Eddie says we grow our rice supply East Africa with food. Excuse me. I eat, drink, wake up, work. Oh, sorry. Get busy with my madam. No worries of getting run over. Maybe if I get that clapped. But Shorty D, what? Oh, I don't understand why you're trying to make us feel guilty because we had a tragedy that happened here. There are plenty of tragedies that are happening in Africa. I do videos from time to time about Africa as well. Don't make me go back to that topic, please. Golden Brown says, if the planet Earth is 4.5 billion years old, how many Earth cycles do you think we could have had by now? Those type of things I don't concern myself with. It doesn't make sense. Of the Land asks this Upayo, what country are you in? Pinky says to Upayo, Mr. African, you guys chop each other with machetes, use each other for money rituals. You don't shoot because you can't afford guns. Safer in America than in any African country. Frank says, what the F? Okay. Lazarus says, ain't nothing African about you. There's nothing African about me. I don't have any of their traditions, their language, their customs. I'm not from there. I wasn't born there. I have other nationalities in me as well. So that ship has sailed. There is nothing to remember about something that I can't remember. I need to just focus on the ancestors of America that got me to where I'm at today. All other talk is kind of futile. Pinky says, you are jealous and no need to come back. Keep your hands off children. Lord have mercy. Frank says, the blacker the berry, the sweeter the juice. Frank says. And Of the Land asks to Lazarus, who are you speaking to or talking to? Jeremy says, how does living in past give you a future? It doesn't help at all. I wish you could reach out to these men that live on plantations that they never were part of. They talk about the slave trade and they were never a slave. They talk about all these atrocities 300-400 years ago as if it's happening right now. It is truly a sad phenomenon that's going on. And then they wonder why women don't respect them, because they're stupid and delusional. That's why. Raymond says, love for everyone, praying, peace, joy, love for everyone. Stay positive for New Year, Trump 2025, American strong. Exactly, Raymond. Thank you for that. Pinky says, Americans ignorant because they don't want to live in Africa, while the Africans and Caribbeans live in our America. Exactly. They're doing a switcheroo. They telling us to get out of America and take the place of them while they're trying to come up over here. It's really a trip. And I'm not living in the past. I'm just pointing out how other people on social media are talking to us today in 2025. And they are obsessed with what we want to call ourselves and be known as. And they're being triggered if we don't say we're African. And they just need to get over themselves, because we never are going to consider ourselves African, because we're not. Jeremy says, everybody who feel victimized of the land. Okay. Pinky says, thank you. Welcome to the chat to Raymond, and welcome everybody that is here for the first time or who has come back. I appreciate all of you. If you have not yet, please hit the like button. The Land says he's correct. Why should a foreigner be talking about what Americans feel about themselves? They're doing it all over the place, though, Of the Land. Everywhere I go, this conversation has FBA in the title, Black Americans in the title, African Americans in the title. What can we say about them? How can we guilt them? How can we get underneath their skin? That's what they're doing. And they should be thinking about or talking about these mass deportation that's right around the corner. They're not talking about that conversation too well, but they can't keep us out of their mouth and out of their mind. You said, I got people I work for in Germany, UK, US, Indian. Bro, don't show your pedophilia. You guys want to blame all. Blame my great-grandparents for selling your grands, not me. Envy, no, I pity you. You don't have to pity me. You don't have to be here, okay? And we're not tripping off of Africa like that. So you came to the wrong chat room. Jeremy says Africa feels the same way. Lewis says literally what they want. Good job, guys. Pinky says, why are you here worried about Americans? We are not African. Exactly. He just came to argue with us. And I'm not even talking about him. I'm talking about people on the platform of Q Butter. The Land says, are you an African? I don't blame your backwards selling one another ancestors for selling mines. My ancestors were Americans. Charles says, this is why we can't achieve the goal of Pan-Africanism. It's delusion, Charles. If you really believe in Pan-Africanism, go to Africa and look around. Go to Africa and check out the different tribes and talk about their warring that's going on, their lack of help by the government, and how the people are in poverty, most of them. And then get back to me and talk about Pan-Africanism. It doesn't exist. It's a figment of imagination, just like Santa Claus doesn't exist. Pan-Africanism, calling for unity of so-called Black melanated people all over the place when there's no form of unity anywhere. Haiti, nope. Jamaica, nope. Caribbeans, nope. Africa, nope. And even in America, the different foreign people just have disdain for Black Americans. There's no unity. So I'm not going to lie to myself to appease a theology or ideology that is not realistic. Of the Land says, why should I, as an American, envy you? You had to flee your country in order to eat. Exactly. I don't understand. Pinky says, we are the world culture. You're probably cosplaying right now. Charles says, we all get shot and treated the same by police all over. Maybe that's true, but still we have our own identities, Charles. That doesn't mean that I have to erase my identity to identify with you because you can get shot like I can. I still want my own identity. Thank you very much. Pinky says, Mr. African, 20 years old, married to an old man is illegal. Ben America. Okay. Pan-Africanism is a fraud, of the land says. It definitely is that. Pinky says culture that will get them in prison in the United States, culture they forgot and are embarrassed to practice when they get to America. Yes, most of these people that come here forget about where they come from and they just want to become American, but they tell the very Americans that have been here for hundreds of years that you're not really an American. Make that make sense. What's up, Miss D? How are you? Thank you for coming through. You said many of the cultures in America started with indigenous Black American. We are imitated worldwide, of the land says. Yes, we are. Definitely are. Golden Brown says white boy ways and culture are two different things. Eating your food with a spoon and fork is what is that culture or white boys ways. It's American culture, eating with forks and spoons. That's what I say to that. Pinky says, but the Jamaican in America, because he can't eat at home. Okay. Miss D says, still talking about Pan-Africans mess, but not going to the continent to find their so-called country or tribe. No, they're just talking that mess to us. They're trying to convince us that we need to go do something, that we are supposed to save the globe of melanated Black folks, and that's just not our title, and that's not our duty. Pinky says, because our admixture is elite European, not African. I say we're mixed up with a lot of things, but I do not worship any of those things. I am American first. That's it. The land says, of course, they're not going to Africa, just want to sit in America and talk ish to us. Exactly. They sit on these panels talking about us Americans 24/7. Yes, they are. I'm wondering if there's going to be bombs in the air. Will they still be trying to have platforms talking about us? You can hear it overhead and they still talking about Black Americans, Black Americans. The land says, and what do you call Biden and his recent pardon of killers, rapists, etc.? I know that's right. He went off with that. That's why he is a terrible president, man. Everything he does is just so off-putting. Pinky says, Mr. African, we don't need pity from you, from the pitiful. Okay. Miss D says, we not worried about the slave trade that happened outside of America. The slaves, she are ancestors, but we are still indigenous Americans, even if some of our ancestors came from the continent. Exactly. We mix with the people here. We have European blood as well. I do not care about all of that. All I care is that I'm American first. That's it. That's it. Yeah, we're American first, Scott. And I wish that these melanated so-called Black folks would respect that we are American first, but they seem to really have an issue with us claiming to be American. And they're just going to have to get over themselves because ain't nothing changing but the rent. Miss D says, I notice they have tribal beefs and death. We don't talk bad about them, but they also have something bad to say about us. They always do. I'm not divided. I'm just telling the truth, Scott. The land says, to show you how ignorant this Upayo Eddie is, he thinks that selling his fellow Africans is something to brag about. LOL proves how ignorant many of them are. Oh, that's the only pride that they have, talking about slavery. That's why they bring it up all the time. Oh, we conquered y'all. We conquered y'all. We had you in chains. You guys need to always remember that. That's the only way that they can feel like they accomplished something, by saying something about slavery. And we don't care nothing about that no more. That's old news. And they want to make it new news. And it's like, no, we're not going to be honoring and worshiping slave trade. Sorry, we're not doing that. Can't divide people who don't share the same history, culture. Exactly, to Scott. Pinky says, Americans don't feel like victims. Africans and Caribbeans want people referred to as Black Americans to feel like victims. Yeah, they do. They want us to feel like we can't make it without trying to be a part of whatever they're a part of. And it's like, I see you guys scrambling and struggling and trying to make your way to America to claim this title of being American, and you want me to set my title down for you? I'm not going to do that. That doesn't make any sense, especially when you're doing contrary what you're telling me to do. Scott says, what history are you talking about? 160 years ago? Bell Boo says, all people are capable of being good and or bad. You're right about that. What history were you involved with? Scott says, to who are you talking to? I don't know. I subscribe, by the way, because it's agree to disagree. You can agree to disagree, but I don't know why you are assuming that we're hating Africans. I'm not even talking about Africans right now. We're talking about a group of people that's upset about our identity and us delineating from other groups of melanated folks because we do not want to be erased. Since when have I said anything negative about an African? Miss D says, Q-Butter do good work trying to educate kids. The public school system is bad, but that Pan-African mindset has to go. Exactly. I like everything else about him. If it wasn't for the Pan-Africanism, I would like him. You said, and am in Africa. What part of Africa are you at, Eddie? Pinky says, why he's bragging about growing rice, something with no nutritional value, and that continent looks like a tornado went through every day. Speaking of which, did you guys hear of a market that got burnt down in Ghana? I know that K&K Squad did mention and showcased a video that just broke out in Accra, Ghana, where she's at right now. Take a look at this. This is a marketplace that burnt down in Ghana. That's a major marketplace that's just burnt down in the state of Kantamanto, if I'm pronouncing it right. But there's a lot of stuff happening worldwide, but you cannot put Africa on a pedestal, because if you do, you're going to find different things come out about Africa that you're not going to like so much. And what happens over there, again, the government is not equipped to do too much of anything for anybody. And I know they're not going to do anything for us. So I don't think about Africa because it doesn't make sense to do so. It doesn't. See, where was I? Okay, Miss D says, sub to for Black, but you can't tell Indigenous Black Americans who they are. I wish they would stop trying. Pinky says, Mr. African, so you're in Africa knowing all about America. A verse says, his just love and jealousy at the same time. Ain't no hate over here. I'm just telling facts and the truth. Of the Land says, okay, so you're in Africa. Please be aware that not all Black Americans blame your people for them being in America, nor do we share culture, customs, etc. Exactly. Scott says, amen. That mentality is holding people back. I'm not sure what mentality you're talking about. Nuo says slave trade in America was barely open for 80 years. In Britain and across the world, it was open for centuries going back to 1400. If they want someone to blame the people who sold them for ages. I don't like thinking about slavery. What is that going to produce for me? Nothing. Pinky says, can't stay out of our business to MX. Okay. And the verse says, most Americans are too busy to have the time. Just being honest, bigger issues going on. Yep, that's true. Under oath, Zach says, Bella, his comment was more about the type of woman that let rich men do that. Okay, I'm not sure what you mean by that. Yes, nobody is in slavery, so why are people still stuck on slavery? Spencer says we weren't sold by our ancestors. Okay. Bella, if women act like that, he allowed to talk about it. All right. Other land says stick your head in the sand and get the country that we have now overrun with immigrants that flooded the borders, increased crime, and raised the taxes of U.S. citizens. Brenda says, woo, Trump 2024, exactly. Bozo Boy says, wish them well. African Goddess says, rice is nutritional value, has nutritional value. It depends on the species and how it is processed. Pinky says, welcome to the chat. Please tell the Africans we Americans are not slavery. They don't believe us. We are not slaves. They don't believe. Oh, they like to call us slaves still. A lot of Africans today, especially when they get mad. Scott says that's too bad. Now let's see their resilience to repair. Yeah, that's sad what happened over there. No public works to put out the fire. Golden Brown says nothing of the sort. The land says, yes, nobody was there to put out the fire. The rich people in Africa won't build their country up. No fire department, etc. Scott says, my God and my beliefs don't see color. I see a person's character. I see people that love and respect America as Americans. Well, a lot of people that are here be on social media not talking like they care about America. They care about the fallen or the falling of America. That's what they wish for. That's what they believe that's about to happen. And they encourage it happening. Hold on, let me put this back on.
Africa. I mean, me and you, we was cool.
Hold on, it's not your.
Hold on, let me say this. Me and you was cool. I mean, me and you was cool. We got along like a motherfucker, right? And I said something one day, and I was like, "Why you always banging on Black America, bro? I don't like."
He was just talking. Yo, we never been cool. We never been cool. So stop capping.
Right, because he Black American. He don't fuck with that dumb shit you do. So you got a problem?
No, because he's pseudo. Nah, Taz, yo, Taz, I'm on this pseudo theory. Taz, no. Taz, you claim that Black people came from Europe.
Hold on. Let me just clear it up.
That is what
has been a part of the Abo Wars.
Wait a minute, man.
You understand, Taz? So, like, I've been a part of the Abo Wars over here. That's why I'm like, the Abo conversation, we were literally talking about how the Abos were co-opting the FBA conversation. And that's when I've been on the panel. The only time he spoke was when it was in reference to the Abos. And then, like I say,
I guess they're calling me an Abo too, but I don't really like that name. I'd rather you guys call me Indigenous American. That's what I prefer. Because I don't know any other place where any other situation has happened. And I don't care to know of any other place. It's not gonna work to benefit me and having a mindset all over the place scrambled. So, but they call us abos. They say that we make up history. They want us to go back to slavery talk. And this is why we keep clashing with these Pan-Africans and these foreign melanated Black folks that come over here that is trying to dictate and be like overseers and overlords to our identity. It's really weird. It's like nobody else is doing this to anybody else that's melanated but to Black Americans. They're just arguing with us, not claiming to be from Africa. It's like that ship has sailed. If we had one ancestor that came from there, so what? We have others that came from other places too. We don't care. And they're mad that we do not care. They're mad that we are not emotionally confined to the mindset of a slave.
Accent too heavy for Tazar. Tazar can't deal with a heavy accent.
There's never anything negative about your raggedy, ran down ass home, like fuck nigga. Nothing ever. Talk to us about the broke ass Jamaicans. Talk to us about the broke ass Jamaicans, man.
Tell me about the broke ass Jamaicans. All the fucking negative shit about Jamaica. As I said, anything you need. That ain't gonna work, man. That shit ain't gonna work, yo. Nobody ain't nobody wants to hear it. You're not making no argument. You're mad because only fuck niggas from Black America come over here and talk stupid shit. And you don't want to own up fucking to it. You don't listen to me. What is you talking about? As I said, we kick them out the bottom off the fucking line. You put them on the front. Me off. You might want to stay out. Man, ain't nobody finna kick you off, yo. Ain't nobody kicking you off the panel. What did you snapping for?
I just want to say something.
Damn, you getting kicked off the panel? If it to kick you off the panel, they would have kicked you off.
If it was any Jamaicans or any other Caribbean or Africans coming over here,
that wasn't me. That wasn't me, yo. That wasn't me. I'm not meeting nobody.
My bad.
Yeah, if they was talking,
I'm trying to meet everybody, but y'all can't hear.
If they hold on, Q. If they was talking,
go ahead, Q.
They would tell Hamid would also let them know too as well. It's just so like what Deportation just now said is more Black Americans that comes over here with the suit.
I think at this point I'm the only freaking Jamaican that frequent like over this side of YouTube.
Again,
you still have pseudo Jamaican over here, but they ain't even rep Jamaica. They rep America. Like dude call himself. Remember that dude, American? What does he call himself? American Dream. American Dream is Jamaican. It doesn't even sound Jamaican. He purposely tried to create his accent.
IC3 is
IC3 is another one, but IC3 is not. Right. I wouldn't consider him Jamaican. Wale is more Jamaican than IC3.
I can't understand you. That's why Taz mad.
It's not. I'm not mad, bro. I don't understand why it's free reign to take shots at Black Americans, but you can't take shots at other people's homeland. That's what these FBA's doing. That's what y'all thinking back at them.
Yes, when you make it Black Americans, you're changing the goalpost in the conversation. Because it was originally specifically about Aboriginals
and pseudos.
Right. And Amin has been a part of that conversation for the longest.
Right.
Yeah, I ain't talking about no Aboriginal and pseudos though. I'm talking about people with
That's what we were talking about.
And if them niggas dumb, that's up to us to correct them. I'm still trying to figure out where he can give some correction when he don't know shit.
No, when it comes to Aboriginal.
That's the thing. Ain't nobody has the authority to correct anybody that decides to identify as they wanted to identify with. If they don't want to believe in the slave trade, if they don't want to start their history over to slave talk, that's their prerogative. Who are these men to try to dictate to anybody anything? Why do they think that they have the authority to say anything? It's really puzzling to me. You guys don't have no power over our identity, and yet they think they do.
Shit, he done been in the war.
Just answer that though. When the nigga he ain't studied not a minute of American history. So what can he say other than something negative?
I wouldn't say that though, Tad. I'll tell you this much.
He said it.
Oh, he said he ain't studied American. I mean, why would you say that when you have studied American history? I said in depth. He haven't studied in depth. I mean, if you study American history, I heard you quote certain historical facts about slavery and things that happened during slavery and all that.
But Taz, hold on.
Wait. The majority of the world knows about the Africans slave trade.
But no, I'm Taz. But also what is represented, I said before you came on, is the scientific method and approach to the information and a scholastic approach. So even if you are not familiar with the subject, how you go about acquiring the information should be of a certain method and a minute of that method. So even if that's the difference, like we just saw the shout out Wale's in Jamaica. He's from America. But when he's reading the article, he's arguing over the definition of the word what was the shit?
The description of
only Only with the word that said this is not accurate.
Yeah, inaccurate.
Yeah, this is literally is saying it is inaccurate. You know what I'm saying? So that's where you see the difference in the conversation.
Well, the difference in the conversation again is not America, but running your mouth. Like we still gonna keep going to that same point. That's what I've been saying to FBAs for the last 4 days. Nobody had a problem with it. Right. That's what I'm saying. And now suddenly, it's the same thing.
Happy New Year, that's good, bro.
Yo, except now,
always running about the Black American issue, but they can never say what I said. Name one negative shit I said about Black Americans.
I wasn't holding on to your words, bro. I was listening to your sentiment.
Yeah, because that's what always plays out. You just hear the accent and assume you hear the accent and assume I'm attacking Black American.
No, bro, you was having
I'm having a conversation with Marley about Abos and their misinformation. That's where the conversation was.
You was talking about Black
accent and think it's an attack on all Black Americans.
I get that you're talking about a specific group of dumbass Black Americans, but you were talking about Black Americans, were you not?
But Taz,
am I wrong about that?
Argument.
Talking about Black Americans.
But
like, no doubt.
The Abo argument extends beyond just Black America now.
Right.
It's crazy.
Hey, man, you would fight your cousin over your brother, bro.
You got Jamaica.
I had a Grenadian tell me the other day, we always been here.
What? The dude that was just on the panel.
Yeah, the dude that just from Barbados ran with the same shit, son.
Yeah, the dude that was just up there was from Barbados and Jamaica. Saying that
literally, y'all should keep that. We all been here. Yeah, there's Caribbean people that talk like that too, Taz. And
but none of that ever leads into, but none of that ever leads into talking negative about them, their homeland, where they from, what they know. We're only dismissing and discussing FBA. Anybody can come and speak negatively into it, and there's nothing.
FBA start talking negative about those people. That is why people start shooting back at FBA. Before FBA started talking shit about Africans and Caribbeans, no one was talking bad about Black Americans.
Well, so what you're implying is that we initiated this.
Here we go. Look, it was I don't know why you're saying that. That's identify with FBA. You not to have any.
Young Diddy initially ran with this whole moniker of "we always been here." Like he's the newest Apple, and
I don't know we always.
Now you got Young Diddy jumping up and like the Jamaica. He been running with this thing since the whole FBA talking point started, and he's on a Pan-African platform every day, all day, live cam on, wherever he gotta go. And regardless of all that, he still can't get over the fact.
Yeah, he's gonna say we. I didn't even know you identify as an FBA young lady. I know you're weird, but I didn't even know you identify as a young lady.
I know you're weird, but I didn't know you other problems.
Yeah, Danny, look at Danny, nigga.
I don't get but this is what I'm saying, though. And even that right there, like I said, I just want to make sure we clear on something. Just because a person is identifying with that, group, though, I'm saying it ain't really fair for this fucking Jamaican to be speaking into that. Just because you're talking about being Black American and you agree with some of that shit, don't mean you FBA. And he up here throwing out this umbrella, hiding behind y'all, able to do that. Nah, bro, shut your Jamaican ass up. Because ain't nobody talking to or about you. Like, that shit is crazy, bro.
But a part of but Taz, you already know a part of what goes on over here is a fight against misinformation. And he's been a part of that fight ever since I've been around here. I've noticed that he's just been a part of that particular fight in terms of the misinformation and the ignorance that's being promoted, and that doesn't help Black people move forward. It's less about it being about a Black American and more so about just misinformation. That's why we brought up the Bayesian dude who's from Barbados who says, we always been here. He literally said, I drive around on my
listening, and I've been listening to Tariq Nasheed and gaining knowledge about history. And yes, I can't see why y'all would think that African is too retarded to make his own ship. Like, this is crossing beyond borders. So basically, a part of the fight that goes on here is the fight against misinformation, and our men is dedicated in a certain type of fight, or in that certain.
You know what funny, man? I ain't even claim to be no historian or shit like that, so I don't even know what this nigga talking about. Like,
definitely not a historian.
Like, for the most part, I just joke around with it. That's what I do with you.
I know and that's the insult of it. Go joke about Jamaica, right? That's what I'm saying. There's no energy for it.
When I'm around Jamaican people, we joke just the same. That's what we do when we.
Why do we get around him?
Amongst family, this is like my online community. This is like my online hangout place. Where this is my online social place. This Afrocentric community is where I choose to socialize. What I'm saying though, tell me one dumbass nigga, nobody represent no motherfucking.
While they're on this platform trying to convince us of slave talk and everything like that, we have, again, mass deportations is revving up. Let's look at the latest details in regards to Trump's deportation plan. I wonder if these Pan-Africans going to feel obligated to put their neck on the line to try to save these melanated people that came over here illegally. I'm not doing a damn thing. I'm staying out the way. It's not my business. It's not my place. I am American first. I don't know what else to tell y'all. People that want to say we're coons for claiming America, you know, saying whatever happened to black folks in times past and everything like that. What does that have to do with my identity, though? I don't really like the government as much, because of the decisions that they make sometimes, and what they be doing is too much for my understanding. But that doesn't change my identity to claim America and be an American. And these Pan-Africans really get triggered whenever we say we're American and nothing more. It's like every other story doesn't matter at this point. It just doesn't matter. And that's not being divisive. I'm being the same way I've been since I've been here on this earth. The same attitude that I've had, the same disposition that I've had as being American only. I'm not changing my colors for anybody because a movement or trend is online. I'm not going to allow myself to be subjected to being bullied by Pan-Africans and other people that want us to think a different thought. That's not reality on the ground. I refuse to go, because this is the truth. Deportations is en route, whether I like it or not.
Taking you live to El Paso, Texas this morning, as supporters of Donald Trump's mass deportation plan are awaiting details on the program. The Trump administration is now asking for help and citing a new wave of crime as a key reason for that need. National correspondent Christine Frizzell has more.
After this shocking video of alleged trained Aragua gang members in Aurora, Colorado went viral over the summer, some city officials later called it an isolated incident. The same apartment complex, though, where 16 suspected TDA members were arrested on Tuesday.
The victims were held against their will. They were actually bound, both the male and the female. They were pistol whipped. They were beat. They were victimized. They were terrorized.
The incoming Trump administration blaming migrant crime on changes in immigration policy under President Biden, citing it as a key reason for the mass deportation program.
Day one will be ICE officers across the country will be out on the streets.
Incoming boarders are Tom Homan already asking for help from the Department of Defense and from Congress.
I'm telling the minimum we need 100,000 beds because we got a big population to look for.
26 Republican governors voicing their support in a statement released through the Republican Governors Association stating, "We stand ready to utilize every tool at our disposal, whether through state law enforcement or the National Guard, to support President Trump in this vital mission." The ACLU warning that support could mean giving local law enforcement the green light to profile people of color. color or those who don't speak English, as some Democratic governors vow to fight back.
We have laws on the books in the state of Illinois, and I'm proud of those laws that protect people who are undocumented here.
But other Democrats say they plan to work with Tom Homan, at least when it comes to deporting criminals.
We both agree on violent individuals should not remain in our country. We have laws here in the city on how that could be handled. My legal team is going to sit down with his legal team to make the determination if an executive order can change that.
Those changes will almost certainly be met with legal challenges every step of the way. Those on both sides of the debate already gearing up for the fight. In Washington.
And they're gearing up for a fight that I am not going to be a part of. And we should not be a part of. We should stand down, steer clear, have whatever illegal being picked up and processed and jailed or whatever the hell it may take to get this process going. But, this is what is really down the pipeline. Pan-Africanism cannot exist in this situation. So I don't know why they keep arguing with us. It's like there's other bigger fish to fry and other conversations to be had. And as you know, there's a lot of people that's going to be very anxious and they're going to be acting out. So we got to talk about protecting ourselves and what's next. Like Oklahoma is gearing up to help deport these illegals.
We began in the United States, where the state of Oklahoma is giving Donald Trump's plan of mass deportations a major boost. Republican Governor Kevin Stitt has begun implementing Operation Guardian, which was announced last month. Now, under the program, Oklahoma will deport nearly 526 illegal migrants living in the state without clarifying where or how. And Oklahoma's Public Safety Commissioner Tim Tipton has been picked to lead the operation.
The safety of every Oklahoman is my top priority. We need an all-hands-on-deck approach to ensure criminals who are here illegally don't bring harm to Oklahomans. Oklahoma taxpayers are paying to keep illegal immigrants incarcerated because the Biden administration has refused to enforce the law. This must end now.
The governor blamed President Joe Biden for failing to secure the borders while also claiming that it has led to an influx of unauthorized migrants in the country. Oklahoma says migrants who have committed serious crimes like rape and murder will be the first to be deported, followed by migrants who are currently in prisons. Now, according to Stitt, Oklahomans are paying about $32,000 each year in taxes just to keep illegal immigrants in the state's prisons. Now, along with Oklahoma, several other Republican states are also preparing to carry out Donald Trump's mass deportations. Texas, Iowa, Louisiana, and Arizona have already passed several measures to either detain illegal migrants or boost cooperation between their local police and federal agencies. However, the majority of the gateway states for undocumented migrants are governed by Democrats. These policymakers state that migrants are seeking asylum for a better life and contribute positively to America's growth. Among the top 10 most preferred entry states for migrants are California, Washington, New Jersey, New York, and Illinois. However, Republican-ruled states like Texas and Florida also contribute to the vast flow of illegal migrants. Donald Trump swearing in less than a month away, Republican states have begun cracking down on migrants, forcing many to leave the country voluntarily.
People fear that the laws will be changed and that the police will ask for documents. The people's biggest fear is that any policeman will stop you, ask you for documents, and the laws will change in that sense. The police will ask you for documents, and if they don't have them, they will arrest you and deport you. That is the fear that people have. I have brothers who don't have documents living in the United States, and they are scared. I tell them I don't believe everything will be as Donald Trump says. To pass the laws, they must go through many processes, and not everything will be done. Many things have to happen. I don't think everything he says will happen.
Now, Texas already promised.
He's banking on them not being able to do as much as he hopes to do, Trump. So a lot of these illegals are adamant about taking their risk and chance with staying. Some will fight till the end. So we have to be prepared mentally for these lashing out of attitudes or reactionary ways in which people can respond to being triggered or terrified. Sometimes it turns to anger and they lash out with anyone that's nearby. So, you know, we got to be careful and just know that there's a red alert in this country. A lot of people do not want Trump to do mass deportations. A lot of people have a lot to lose. And we as Black Americans should know that that is here and now issue that's coming. All this slave talk is not going to do nothing for us at all. And that's why I'm so confused. Already in 2025, they're reverting right back to the same thing that they've been doing, which is trying to gaslight Black Americans mostly.
To give land to the incoming administration to use for carrying out mass deportations. And now with Oklahoma announcing Operation Guardian, it looks like Republican states have begun preparations for mass deportations as Donald Trump gets ready to take office.
That's what we should be talking about. But no, they're not going to talk about that. Let's see. Of the Land says in Africa, having functioning fire departments should be a priority. Yes, it should, but they don't do that. They don't do that. Pinky says, look at the one in the bottom left corner. He's getting ready to smoke again. African Goddess says another show is, i.e., one about Africa. I will explain to you what the issues are. Gino says, not one man is good, says the Bible. Okay. Scott says, Pinky Wells, that's too bad. I see it as being used as excuse. You finish high school, don't get pregnant out of wedlock, you have a chance. Yeah, you could. Scott, you could have a chance if you don't make early mistakes. That's for damn sure. Of the Land says, yes, he'll be jumping all over the screen again after he smokes. Pinky says, how is slavery talk going to help Americans or America? It's not going to help us at all. They think that that type of talk is supposed to unify us, and it's just ridiculous. I'm just going to call you Eddie because I have a hard time saying Opio. I guess it's Opio, Eddie. You said, love this channel. Guys are great. You guys ain't slaves, but like using slavery as an excuse. You're on the wrong channel. I don't talk about slavery too much. I'm talking about people talking about us. You said, just let people stop. Glad I got here because I won't. Aaron, you make it. We might down, but Islamics is coming. Okay, well, they're already here, Eddie. Extreme Islamists are here. All kinds of crazy nutty bars are here because Biden allowed the border to stay open, and Harris and all these unvetted men, military aged, are here. And they're supposed to be deported massively. They're not too thrilled that January 20th is soon approaching. We have what? How many more days? 18 more days. 18 more days. What's going to happen next, y'all? That's what I want to know. But I'm going to try my best to keep up on these stories that happen. I'm going to try my best to keep up on talking about Trump as soon as he is the president, the 47th president, and also keeping in touch with what is happening with the mass deportations and how that affects us as a collective, as Americans. I'm just talking about our identity as Black Americans and how other melanated groups of people are trying to gaslight Black Americans into feeling some kind of way because they feel some kind of way about who they are. You know, they're trying to project to us their fears and their phobias and their struggles and their plight. And they're trying to make us feel obligated to them. And that is just not going to work. So I just point out what's happening on the side of social media and how Black Americans are being scapegoated as well. So that is important for us mentally to be prepared as Americans, Black Americans, because people are trying to take advantage of us and I'm not having it. Pinky says, we don't use slavery as an excuse. Why would we? You people bring up the slavery like you did earlier. We just don't want to be bothered with you people. We don't want to, I don't mind Eddie being here. It's just that the Africans have an obsession talking about slavery. It's really odd. You know, you guys weren't doing this 30, 40, 50 years ago. Go back to where it was back then. Leave us be. Let us be. We are American. That ship has sailed. You cannot try to have ownership of us. And that's what it all boils down to. Everyone is trying to claim ownership of us. And we don't want to be claimed like that. We're not a property for you to claim anymore. Okay, people that was a part of the slave trade, we don't want to have no dealings with you like that. Come on. Come on, you try to make it seem like it's all innocent, and it's not. It's all about the money you think we got. Many of y'all want to get our money and use and abuse us and spit us out. We already know. Scott says, my family been here since 1739. I guess I'm considered indigenous. I don't know. What are you, Scott? Are you white? I guess you can consider yourself indigenous if you helped build this country. Are you on the slave mindset of thought, or what is your race? Of the Land says, glad that you love this channel too, Eddie. Visit more often and you'll see that we don't use slavery as an excuse for anything. You must be confusing us with other channel. Yeah, he's listening to the other talk of what I'm displaying. And I guess he's assuming that I'm on their channel, and I'm not. I'm showcasing the channel. African Goddess says, one thing I have learned from subscribing to this channel is that 90% of the information we get about Black Americans in Africa is incorrect. Yes. Of the Land says, what is your race? To Scott. And Pinky says, to Scott, I would say so. Golden Brown says, do you know the difference between a native and an indigenous person? Miss D says, to Scott, are you white? I would like to know too. Pinky says, Mr. African, stop threatening us Americans. Islamists won't do ish over here, just like most of you big mouth Africans don't do anything over there or over here. Miss D says, I don't call African and Caribbeans Black. They don't say that in their homelands, melanated immigrants. Yeah, I try my best to try to remember that, but, you know, I'll just say foreign Black if I forget. Of the Land says, yes, I believe Islam has done more in Africa than it will in America. You said, is the evolutionist saying abos? And what is that? Abos is something similar to indigenous. The mindset that we were already here. The mindset that all the other talk of the slave trade and believing that we came from wooden boats and that we're beholden to Africa, and that mindset of a Pan-African we do not have. And that is the problem of these Pan-Africans. They want us to feel like we are beholden to Africa. They want us to feel like we're obligated to Africa. They want us to feel like we should sacrifice for Africa. And we do not have that mindset over here. We are American first. You have some Pan-Africans that claim to be Black American that talk about leaving America, going to build in Africa, having a paradise over there. Where are you going to get the money from? They assume that we're supposed to be on board trying to leave America. They want to paint a picture where we are not to be happy and belong here. And we don't have that mindset. So we are considered abos. Pinky says, and you are wrong, bye to James. There are no meth heads here. We are Americans, not white. Exactly. We know that we're not white. We might have a little ancestry that has white, just like we might have a little ancestry that has Black Indian. We might have a little ancestry that has African. But does that mean that I now have to pretend to be something that I'm not? Can I just be myself? Miss D says Africans and Caribbeans was talking mess on Clubhouse as they always. X, YouTube, we just returning the smoke. You see, if we don't want to be African, we FBA like it's a cult, not a lineage. I don't really care for that because people are making it into a cult, the FBA. But again, we're pretty much the original American. We're not immigrants. We've been here for hundreds of years. We've been here longer than most people that have come over here. And people need to respect that, but they don't want to. And that's Pan-African talk for you. And that is these global melanated folks that also figure that they have a right to dictate to us what we talk about, what we think on, and what we believe in. And it's just really bizarre because we never do that to them. But they come to our spaces like Eddie, I'm sure, thinking these thoughts are putting out there in the universe, different thoughts that are not even in our head. So you guys don't admit extreme radical Islamists is a problem. Yes, it is a problem. You guys chant Intifada. I don't know what you're talking about. Ask Africans or Black Americans who went to extreme jihadist countries. You guys got all D-Tech, DEI, please, it's true. Okay, I'm pretty sure there are extremists here, just like what the guy just did. The guy that just plowed into a crowd of people had the ISIS flag on his vehicle. So that mindset is already here, unfortunately. We do have cells of those types of people that believe in jihadists, that believe in Sharia law? And they want to try to impose those viewpoints onto American folks. And we're not going for it. No matter how much tourism that they bring, we're not going to change our mindset for that madness. Pinky said Jamaicans over here talking about what we should do while the Chinese taking over their country, telling them it's not their country. Exactly. Miss D says there is no misinformation because in our country we own no other group anything, especially if you fled or you're a child of an immigrant. Yeah, they want us to feel like we owe other folks around the globe something. That's how they act. It's sad. Of the Land says foreigners have to know not to cross the line. They would never allow Indigenous Americans to join their panels and tell them who they are and what to do. Exactly. But they do it to us all the time. And it's really ridiculous. African Goddess says to Eddie, Islamists not yet a major issue in Western countries. We hope not, African Goddess. I hope not. I hope and pray not. Miss D says Pinky Wells, first and second generation Jamaicans have identity crisis. They think they are a part of us. It's sad. Pinky says to Mr. African Eddie, that's your problem. We have law enforcement here in America watching any boogeyman you want to get us. He wants us to have this boogeyman. I say we got to be more, alerted. We should be more vigilant more than ever. We should not assume that everything is going to be everything because there's a whole lot of stress coming for the ones that don't want to be forced out. What are they going to do is the question. And a lot of those people are not going to have a good mindset to deal with the stress. So we got to be careful. Pinky says Trump will let them know different in 2025. They better get ready. I wish they would just go already. African Goddess says most Africans are in Africa, not the USA. But they're trying to get here. If they had a chance, they would be coming, African Goddess. A lot more would be coming. Miss D says Africans or African Goddess. Yes, there is more Africans on the continent than America, but the Africans here are in our politics, sabotaging our fight for reparations and focusing on their heritage and not ours. Yeah, they're focusing on changing our heritage and our identity to be able to sabotage and hijack our reparations towards Africa and bypass us. They're not our friends. Those people that are Pan-Africans, for the most part, don't believe we're deserving of anything. They want to hijack what is deserving to us. And it's the jealousy that I see many of these Pan-Africans are on. Pinky says, you are why African continent looks the way it does, worried about us Americans and wishing misfortune will on us. That energy should be used to fix your country, Pinky says. Of the Land says, hopefully those deportations will be swift and quick. I hope so. African Goddess says, not sure what these people's motivation is. You would think they would want to keep their heads down. And Eddie says, that's what America let in. We warning you guys here. We saw, couldn't do a thing, but you guys got better tech, police and others. You might fail because it's too much. Nothing is certain. I mean, thanks for the warning, Eddie. I already know that we have Islamist extremists already here. We didn't vet millions of people that came over here from all over the globe. I cannot imagine everybody that came over here are good people, because we already seen signs that they're not so good. So, you know, all these crimes that are escalating, I'm pretty sure it's going to be escalating much more. But we have to just put the message out there for us to just be mindful wherever you are, how you move, how you perceive going out and having a good time. You might not want to go that route no more. Pinky says, too many Africans here. Trump send as many home as possible. Let's see how quiet this social media gets. Oh, yeah. It's going to get real quiet, except for people bickering about us still. Somehow, some way, they'll find a way to complain about Black Americans, as they always do. Miss D says, there are some Africans that tell us they want to become the new Black American. It's dangerous for us if they get their numbers up. It's dangerous because they're trying to erase our existence. They're trying to make us null and voided. And they want to play dumb in our face, like we're not seeing what they're trying to do. African Goddess says, brain drain is not good. The return of skilled migrants to their homelands will help development. It should. They should leave now. Yes, they should, Paul. I submit to anyone that is illegal listening, do yourself a favor and just go before you get forced to go. Don't risk separating your family. Don't risk being at the wrong place at the wrong time with no money on you, with your affairs not in order. Do yourself a favor and help yourself out by getting ahead of what's coming. You know, that's all I can say. Pinky says to Eddie, you're wasting away thinking America will fall. If it does, the world will fall. More of you Africans will be dying of hunger and trying to flee to the West. African Goddess says, think some people are leaving already. That's what I heard. Miss D says it's going to get worse from some Africans that want to guilt trip and tell us to go to Africa. Oh, it's going to be a frenzy. More and more of these videos about us going to Africa is popping up everywhere. Ever since Ghana gave over 500 people citizenships, you see a revamping of that conversation of going back to Ghana and all this type of talk. They're just not done with trying to get as much money from us as possible. They don't care about our outcomes. They just want us to try to give up our money. That's it. African Goddess says mass deportations worldwide were predicted or predictable. Anyone who does not have paperwork should have been planning their exit. Exactly. Because you have been forewarned. They've been talking about these mass deportations since Trump won the election. Eddie says, if you don't mind, could you post a time, eat time, such that I don't miss? What are you talking about, eat time? What is that supposed to mean? It comes on the same time most days, African Goddess says to Eddie. And come in here calling us slaves, Pinky says to Eddie. The Land says this live usually starts between 1 and 2 p.m. Yeah, near 10 o'clock my time. Pinky says a lot of that 5 million Africans here are anchor babies and illegals. African Goddess says 5 million Africans in USA. Are you sure? That's a lot. Miss D says to Pinky Wells, true, but the ones that's in politics advocate for immigration. and not for the American people, especially Black Americans, which they claim they are. Yeah, they're taking over our plight and, springboarding in their agenda, which is bettering their own people while claiming that we're all the same to us, tricking us out of our own fight. Other Land says so many Africans want us to believe that they sold us, but that we should still unify with them. It's ridiculous. You want us to be gleeful about linking up to the people that supposedly betrayed an ancestor of mine. And you guys still do some of those things today, kidnapping galore in Nigeria. There's still modern day slavery still going on right now. A lot of things are still going on with the same mindset of back when slavery was around. And I don't want to associate with those types of people that were on that. For what? What is the benefit? Miss D says, yes, African Goddess, 5 million, might be a little more. People walking around with expired visas and hiding. Wow. What's up, Charles? How are you doing? Thank you for coming through. You said, truth be told, all groups advocate for their own people first. Exactly. So why can't we advocate for our own first, African Goddess? That's my point. No other group of people advocate for any other group first, but we're expected to advocate for Africa first. That's my point. Pan-Africans are full of shit. They don't want us thinking about our own survival first. They want us to self-sacrifice ourselves for other groups of people over us. That's problematic. That is Pan-Africanism bullshit talk to Black Americans, which is disgusting and disturbing. That's why I talk against Pan-Africanism, because it is not a benefit to Black Americans. It is colonizing us, erasure, and shutting us down to not even have anything for ourselves anymore. Who would want to cleave to such a thought? Not me. African Goddess says, surprise, always thought more Africans in Europe as it is closer. Miss D says, that's fine, African Goddess, but a lot of Africans cosplay us. We vote them in to focus on America problems, but they don't trip off of American problems. They go revert back to their own identity in their own country of origin. And then, they try to scrap anything that's connected to us, just like that wannabe governor. What was his name in Texas? The Nigerian that tried to do away with Black History Month. That was his declaration to starting off his campaign to do away with Black History Month. They don't respect our history, but they want to use it to their benefit. And then they want to try to cancel us any way possible. How can you connect and unify with someone like that? You can't. Happy New Year to Charles Harvey, Ms. D says, and Happy New Year to everybody listening. You said nobody alive today deserves reparations, Larry says. I wouldn't say we don't deserve it, but will we get it? I don't know. I'm not dwelling on reparations, but my ancestors that slaved to help build this country, just like Jewish people get a form of reparations, which they didn't have the atrocities happen here in America, but why are we paying towards Israel to have so-called monies or reparations, Larry? Do you have a problem with Israel getting reparations? Are you having a problem with Japan having reparations? Or just us potentially getting reparations? What's your deal, Larry? Although I don't think we're going to get it, I still think we deserve it. Charles says, just like we don't need to be giving money and millions to other people in other countries if we don't deserve reparations. Exactly. Do you, Larry, or anyone that don't believe we deserve reparations, do you say the same thing about all this money going to all these foreign countries, though? Y'all don't say nothing about none of that. You just want to make sure that we don't get something. That's whack. Pinky says you get a job, better yet, get a flight back home to the country your parents or grandparents fled from. Okay. Charles says we deserve reparations and we can get reparations. They can give money to other people in other countries. Why not? You keep us down. You held us behind. Oh, but that doesn't mean nothing. We just black. Exactly. We're not supposed to feel nothing about nothing, but all groups of people that have been coming over here been getting stuff. But we ain't supposed to have no right to nothing. Let them tell it. That's the mindset of white supremacists, though. Pinky says we all made it into this good new year. Exactly, we made it. The Land says the fact that not all Black Americans had ancestors that were slaves is why years ago reparations was denied in court. Is that right? I'm not going to hold my breath about reparations, but I do believe we deserve them. Pinky says, why do ancestors of slaves not deserve reparations? You immigrants benefit from slavery. East African Time, thanks a lot to Eddie. Charles says, it's not to be a lot of people. I've been trying to get my lights paid, but every organization here in Houston is all tapped out. No funding. Hopefully this year I can get some kind of funding. Man, that's wild. They don't have no money to help the American people, but they got all this money supposedly to help out the illegals. Isn't that wild? This shit is wild. Pinky says it will have to be lineage-based, not for all Blacks. That's the way it's supposed to be. How you doing, Sheena? Thank you for coming through. Other Land says the courts were saying that not all Black Americans were enslaved by the United States. Many were free. See, that's part of the history that these Pan-Africans don't want to acknowledge too. Not all of us were enslaved. But we did go to Jim Crow. And we did have other things that did happen to us being in this country all this time with all the racism and all the things that they used to do back when. I don't think of reparations only going for slavery. I think about everything that we endured in this country. That's how I look at it. Pinky says Red Indians get reparations. Is real. Israel gets reparations. No. Larry has a problem with Blacks getting reparations. Yeah, they all have problems with us getting anything. Okay, Sheena is sending me something. Hold on. Please hit the like, by the way, if you have not yet. I appreciate everybody for coming through. Let me see. Hold on. Where did that go? Here we go. So you have a link. Let me see if I can find you. I see it on one phone, but I don't see it on the other. Hold on. It's at the bottom. Okay, there it is. Oh, I already showed it. I showed it earlier. I think, is this... let me see. Okay, here's a... Hold on. I don't know. It won't let me play. I can't play on TikTok. Sorry about that. I'm not connected to TikTok, and if it won't let me play just like this, then no, it won't let me play. Sorry about that, Sheena. I can't get through on TikTok. But what was it said? What was it saying? What did she say? We deserve it. Slave masters got paid reparations for getting rid of her. So yeah, we deserve it, and I'm always been an advocate for trying to get it. Charles says. Pinky says, look what our people did with nothing. Reparations will take off. A lot of other groups of people were allowed to accumulate wealth. We have never been allowed to accumulate wealth. We're living check to check for the most part as Black Americans living in this country for hundreds of years. Obviously, it has been staged that way. It has been set up that way. That's why reparations is needed. But will we get it? More than likely, no. Trump's not going to be thinking about reparations, I'm sure. So I don't talk about reparations too often because I think it's kind of pointless to do. I think that's most important is our identity as claiming to be American is most important right now with everything going on. Other Land says indigenous Black Americans were mainly affected by the immigrating Europeans who were allowed to move us off our lands and cause economic hardships and homelessness. Yep. How you doing, Monique? Thank you for coming through and Happy New Year. Pinky says first 10 years after slavery, our people were living the best in their own towns, living better than the whites. That's why those towns were burnt down or flooded. Jealousy. Exactly. Bunch of entitled victims here. You don't have to be here, James. Nobody has asked you to stay. Bye. Other Land says you must not have been listening to the live. No victims are here. African Goddess says, what are you basing your comments on? Eddie says, everybody have a blessed night. It's 17 past midnight. Madam might ask me questions. Have a blessed night, guys. Have a nice night. Thank you for coming through and come back. Blame the fatherless homes in the Black community. Oh, there you go. Other Land says those Blacks doing good 10 years after slavery were most likely never slaves and had their own businesses. James says blame the gangster ruling. Okay, here you go. Hold on, let me try to give heat about this one. Hold on. I'm not connected to TikTok, so I don't know if it's gonna work. Let's see.
I feel like the real reason that Africans, Caribbeans, and everyone from the diaspora is so bothered by Black Americans is because we do not let the African part of our lineage overshadow the American part, right? So when African Americans are creating all of this new culture, and we're being the face of culture and creation and innovation all across the world, we are not giving that credit to our African heritage. And I think that is where all of the discomfort come from. Because every time there's a conversation about, the greatness of Black Americans in the world, every time a British person or Caribbean person opens their mouth to talk about Black people in America, it's always, they don't know their roots. They don't know their heritage. When in fact, we do know our history, we do know our heritage, and we know that we are descendants of American slaves. And in those 500 years, we mixed with Europeans, Native Americans, Hispanics, and of course, the people who were originally here were African. But we ourselves are not inherently African in any type of way. So because we don't give that credit large to our African counterparts, there is jealousy and disdain there. And that's why there is always so much question about our identities. It's not that we don't know who we are, because we do know who we are. It's that you don't like who we claim to be. And because our American part of our identities is just as important as the African part of our identity, as well as the Native American, Hispanic, and everything else that mixes to make.
It's most important. American identity here for a Black American is most important because a lot of people do not want us claiming the American part. They want to own us. They want ownership of us, all of our history, our money, our name, our person. And we never signed up for that shit. We didn't sign up for that. That's Pan-African malarkey talk, but she's breaking it down. But I say American is most important.
An African American, that rubs you the wrong way. You think that Africa should get more credit for the creation of Black America. The proof of this is you don't give Dominicans, Puerto Ricans, or Brazilians this same treatment, right? People are okay with Latinx, Afro-Latin people highlighting the Latin part of their culture over the African part of their culture. And the only reason that y'all are okay with that is because they have not reached the heights of creation and innovation that Black America has, right? And so because they haven't done anything as world-changing and as world-effective as Black America does, it doesn't matter as much to you. But because we have reached heights with our culture that our counterparts across the seas and in South America cannot reach or have not reached, because I won't say that you can't, it's a problem for you. You need us to say how African we are so that you can take credit for our greatness.
Bingo. That was well said. Thank you for that, Sheena. I really appreciate that. People don't want us to have ownership to whatever we done. People want us to pretend like we're nothing more than slaves and everything else attached to us goes back to Africa. And we're not giving y'all that. You haven't earned any of it. We got what we got out of the mud by the grace of God, by trial and error and living life and struggle and conquering and overcoming. And people want us to just give it all away to Africans that never earned any of what we went through. We're not doing that. We're not doing that. Okay, then where was I? African Goddess says, okay, Eddie, think this starts around 9 p.m. EAT. Other Land says it's the promotion of the gangster lifestyle that is poisoning the minds of Americans' youths to James. Bill says, don't be naive. What are you talking about? African Goddess says, also think Caribbeans and Africans should not compare our experiences in the UK to Black Americans. There is a different history, culture, but they want to minimize our achievements so that we feel like we're nothing more than slaves. That's what they would like us to go all the way back to, and we're not doing that. That's why Pan-Africans are so triggered. That's why so many West Africans that can't respect our identity to identify ourselves are triggered, and they're going to have to continue to be triggered. Golden Brown says, who controls the mean of production controls you. Okay, I'm going to play a little bit more of this to showcase how redundant these conversations have gotten. I don't know for how long these people intend to continue to talk about Black Americans, whatever we call ourselves. But again, it's the most conversation that's being had in Black spaces primarily is on our history, over our accomplishments of hip hop, over our identity and what we want to claim. They're saying that we hate Africans and we don't. We're indifferent to Africans, just like we're indifferent to other groups of people that we're never really had associations with. We're just Americans, and we are not allowing Pan-Africans to dictate to us what mindset, what heart, and what love and allegiance we're going to have. We choose what allegiance and love and devotion that we're going to have, not people that believe that there are overseers sent by various ideologies and groups. I know that there are globalists that are in tune with Pan-African talk, and they've been working hard on social media to mess up the minds of Black Americans solely. All this gaslighting on a group of people that's shouldn't be always get gaslit all the time, but that's the attention that we get. That's the aggression that we get all the time.
We ain't rocking like that. We ain't rocking like what? No, we ain't repping no motherfucking government though. When do we start repping governments though? Shit, I've never told you anything other than I'm American. I'm not concerned with repping my government. No, I'm saying, but when do we start representing governments though? When repping governments though? Yeah, start right now. But I'm saying though, when nobody on your government repping shit though? Like. But no. Being American. You staying American doesn't stop you from being Jamaican. No. We're not repping no motherfucking government. I'm not. But you're not hearing what I'm saying. We're not government for none shit.
Because he called himself American, he's saying that we're not repping the governmental shit. You hear what this Pan-African clown is saying? Taz is saying I'm an American, and that is causing him to say, no, we're not repping the government. You don't have to rep the government to have your identity as American. These clowns are trying to dictate to us, saying if we don't be in agreement to the government, which no other government throughout the globe is doing their people for the most part right, especially in melanated colored places like Haiti, like Africa. They're not doing good to their people, their government, and they have to tolerate their government. We're tolerating our government, but we still have the identity as an American. Why do they get so triggered when we call ourselves American?
So if you rep Africa, are you repping their government, which is also
Nah, we're not repping. We ain't never repping no fucking. We ain't never rep no government, man.
There's not no one government in Africa. Like, what's wrong? Like,
nah, we're not repping no motherfucking government, man.
Like, bro, you make sense.
Straight up.
Every day, bro. Like,
yo, this is an ignorance that I speak against about. Identifying your connection with Africa doesn't mean you're repping Africa.
Nah, boy, move from
If you identify your connection to America, that means you rep America.
You rep that.
Y'all let these motherfuckers say anything.
Dumbass nigga, let me explain this.
Like, you let them we already told us how you go.
I represent.
We ain't representing no motherfucking government.
Not what I represent.
We're not representing no motherfucking governments, man. Fuck no motherfucking government.
Earlier though, Dan, I said a part of
what you rep. Like, no, I'm from Jamaica. That's my nationality. I'm not repping that.
Weren't American, that's fine. You don't have to be. But when you say, damn, he is American though, Taz. He is in America.
He's trying to say that a Jamaican is also an American. Now, you cannot make this shit up. After arguing with us about being American, about identifying ourselves, now he's about to flip the script, this Pan-African, and claim that Jamaicans are American too.
North America. He is America. When did Jamaica become not American, yo? Let's straight up.
It's a broad nationality. It's not from the United States.
We gonna take goddamn realize now? We gonna draw a line in America? We gonna sit here and draw a motherfucking line around which is America or not now? What the fuck, yo?
But we are drawing a line who is American. That right there has to be drawn. Who are Americans? Who have allegiance to America are who we're drawing a line on. We are identifying ourselves as being indigenous American. We are not taking on the identity of a Pan-African and talking about we all a block of black of African. We're not doing that. These clowns on these platforms are doing that, and they're trying to force feed that to Black Americans that don't have nothing to do with Africa. That we are self-haters, coons, all these things. If we don't get in line and let them check us, let them pimp us, they look at us as they're overseers to us. It's amazing what these Pan-African clowns are trying to do.
Because the Jamaica become not of America. Y'all been up here talking about organization of the Americas, including Jamaica.
Hold on. Just like how
you think Jamaica is part of America?
Just like how Africa is
organization of the Americas? Yeah.
Wait, hold on. Just like how
Mexico and Canada is part of America.
Hold on. Just like how Africa is a continent and they have different countries in Africa, North America is also a continent where they have different countries in North America. So just like to say how people say, oh, well, Africa, that's talking about a continent. North America is the whole continent with different countries. I mean, just happens to be from a different North American country.
That's not exactly.
Well, so when you're talking to
what I'm trying to make is when DT makes
some people want to be patriotic to the white man. It's very hard for them to understand.
I'm saying, bro.
Right there, he's saying we're being patriotic to the white man if we claim to be American. Bingo. These immigrants, these clowning Pan-Africans are trying to dictate to Black Americans what we're supposed to look at America as. Look at them trying. Look at them.
Hide behind this Jamaican bitch. Jeffrey, who being patriotic?
No, we ain't finna have high shit, yo. We ain't finna have
I'm asking nigga,
he ain't get no motherfucking extra points, yo. I mean,
shit to say about
what I'm saying.
Man up with him, nigga.
No, what you ain't. I want to talk. You don't sit down.
You in the matrix. You in the matrix.
Fix your mic. My God, damn. Your mic sounds.
I'm saying though, you the only one that's cussing. You.
Okay.
Yo, he got to crash.
I've never heard.
Jamaicans are not Americans unless they were born in America. They're U.S. citizens. But we're talking about the indigenous Americans that have been given systematically different names throughout history. They had their own tribe that was of American soil stripped from them. They were reclassified into the category of Negro, colored, mulatto, Black, now this African American term, freedmen, or whatever other name that's out there that I'm not thinking on right now. We're speaking about those people that had those experiences on this soil all this time. We are trying to have our own identity separate from the melanated immigrants that have come over here and are usurping our identities and trying to make us, not have an identity by using up and erasing our identity. That's why we're naming ourselves. This is why being an American is very vital and important for us to maintain. And these nimcompoops, these Pan-African clowns that are Black American, are trying to assign themselves this identity switch to African, this so-called movement that's not moving any of us as Black Americans. And this is why these people are so upset with us.
Never heard nobody say that, so that boggles my mind.
That's all he is.
I never knew Jamaicans were Americans.
I mean, do you understand geography? Jamaica is not the United States of America. Jamaica is a part of the Americas, just like Canada and Mexico, just like Panama, just like Bahamas. Dumb nigga. That's what we're saying.
They got different.
The United States is a country in America.
You have different countries and they have different governments. Just in Africa.
Who's talking about the continent though?
Here go a Jamaican. One second.
I don't care nothing about I care about genealogy, but I don't care for the DNA testing, fitness over 50. Genealogy is very important because this land is most important to us. People are trying to tell us that Africa should be the land that we're so impressed by and submitted to, and we're just not thinking like that. They won't respect us for being who we are, who we've been. They think that they should be able to change how we think and how we feel. And this is why they're on YouTube talking reckless and now trying to include Jamaicans for being Americans. They don't want us to be American, but they most certainly don't mind being considered America, but they don't want us to consider ourselves American.
Gulf of Mexico, Florida, is the same water that is shared with the Caribbean. It's the same water flows into the Caribbean Sea.
That's correct.
Is it like America?
It's not.
It's not the country, the United States. Yes,
never be part of the United States.
United States is the country.
I don't know what you're doing.
Canada will never be part of the United States either. And guess what? We don't want to be.
I don't know. I mean, Trump trying to get y'all back.
I'm telling you, no. We deciding to.
It goes on and on and on for 12 hours. I won't bore you with all that. I just wanted to show what is going on these platforms that's trying to bully Black Americans into accepting an identity that they have designated for us that we are not receiving. And hopefully in 2025, we can make that understanding understood and stick. But right now you hear what they're attempting to do, which is bully and fester us and test us and bother us. Let me see. Okay, people are trying to force indigenous Black Americans to portray African culture, which is impossible. Caribbeans display African culture because many of them are Africans, exactly, of the land. We don't have that story. We don't have that story. Pinky says they think if we keep hearing the Black Americans, we will start believing it. If we keep hearing the BAS, what does the S part stand for? Black Americans, we will start believing it. I just want to say that we're indigenous to America. I don't know no other place. I'm not owning something I don't know nothing of. Sorry, not going to do it. African Goddess says there are cultural differences between Africans and Caribbeans too. Jewish Man says we are FBA foundational Black Americans, descendants of the land USA. And we delineating, period. It's time to get these tethers out of here. Bingo. We have to have our own designated identity. However you want to identify, I relate to FBA. I just don't claim FBA because of Tariq Nasheed and what he's been doing. But I feel like everybody should have a right to self-declare their own identity, especially as Black Americans who have only been given names and never, ever taken it upon themselves to name themselves. I think we have every right to name ourselves. And so many other people don't feel like we have that right. But 2025, we got to take the power. We got to let people know that we're self-declaring our own identity. Leave us alone with all this shenanigan bullshit. That's globalists. And that is a movement that we didn't devise. We didn't come up with this movement of Pan-African talk. They brought that shit to our spaces. And now they're arguing with us about who we claim to be. It's a trip. You said, I agree. We are all Americans. It doesn't matter the color of your skin. Marjorie says, thank you for coming through. The Land says, yes, they want us to cut the American identity out. America is the land, not the government. Exactly. How dumb that was. We're not rocking with the government. Did we say we're rocking with the government? That's why we keep voting to try to change the government for the better. We're hoping and praying that Trump will be the change that we need moving forward for the next 4 years. That's why we voted last election in hopes to get a turnaround. But so far, the beginning of this year is pretty scary. We have a red alert in mode going right now. We got to be forever concerned about what's about to happen because, it's going to get crazy with these mass deportations. We got to know that. AV says the one thing to keep in mind is we are stranded on this floating space rock together. Beware of anyone who is trying to divide you from within. Oh, yeah. We have a lot of people that have other agendas trying to tell us to do something totally different that they wouldn't do themselves. Oh, yeah, go to Africa, Black Americans, as I stay my family and everybody else comes to America, though. It's crazy to me. Other Land said that's why I couldn't visit these ignorant lives. I heard that. Matthew says, who are Americans? International law states it if people who have lived in a country for 2 generations are born in a nation. Yeah, I guess you could consider them American, but I'm talking about people that don't have other allegiance to no other place we don't know no other allegiance other than America. People are trying to make us have other allegiances suddenly to a landmass called Africa, and we are not going. They just need to let it go. There's nothing they can say that convince us other ways of thought. Other Land says having identity is not division. It's a way to understand one another and their mindsets. Exactly. Those that want to believe in the hype of Pan-Africanism, by all means, you can take the risk and figure out the outcome. God be with you. But I just don't feel like because you're doing it means I need to do it too. I don't have to follow you like I'm a goat or like I'm a sheep. I'm going to stay as I was before you came by. And don't get mad that I'm not changing for you. Don't get mad. Just accept it. That would make things get better this year if people could just learn to accept people's position and move forward with the people that have the same mindset that you have. Don't try to force people that don't have your mindset. You're wasting time arguing with me. Pinky says, we Americans are not stranded with Caribbeans and Africans. Our feet is on dry land. Don't know what you're talking about, 2AV. Okay. Monique says the comedian Godfrey had an interview with Willie D trying to describe what achievements Black Americans have done and kept saying we. He said that he is African American. No, dude, you're African. That's what I'm saying. Everybody is trying to take on anything attached to us, trying to disallow us having our own identity. It's really maddening. He knows damn well he's a Nigerian American, but everybody wants to be able to rock our names. And we're not liking that. That's disrespectful when you have your own identity. You're not doing anything that make me feel cozy inside by taking on my name or governmental given name that I don't even like. Kevin says, first of all, we're all Black Americans. So why are these Pan-Africans and foreign Blacks over here? Kevin, it's their duty. They're all joined together on going against us and what we got going on in America. Is very fascinating. They can't get along any other way except to go against us. Can you imagine? Haiti has all the problems that they're having. Africa has never invited none of the Haitians to go over there to help them out, but they join forces when it's against Black Americans. All of them do. Every immigrant group has joined forces against us. We're seeing all of that right now being played out on social media. We see it. The panties call them Black Americans, Sheena says. Keep separating yourself, mind, body, soul. I'm not separating myself. I'm claiming myself. I'm claiming ownership of myself, just like everybody else does. Of the Land says, where was Godfrey born? He was born in America, but his parents came here from Nigeria. John says, bull, excuses. I don't know what excuses you're talking about. Richard says, why do you shut me off? I'm just saying truth. Google it. All I say, I don't know what you're talking about. Self-identification is everyone's right. Exactly, Of the Land. We never took it to this place where we wanted to have ownership of our own identity. That is what the issue is. We want to have our own ownership of identity, and other people are trying to have ownership over our identity. That's what Pan-Africanism is trying to do. Fitness over 50, we have to do the work of doing our own genealogy. Of the Land says Jamaica is a Caribbean island in the West Indies. Exactly. He's not a Black American trying to push the Jamaican off on us. It's crazy. Monique says, born in America, American to Nigerian parents, but the point is that he wants to associate our achievements with him. Yeah, they do. Fish Guru says, why argue semantics? Why can't people work together instead of against each other? These are the oldest arguments that still haven't been settled and no answers in sight. Well, the reason being, Fish Guru, only one benefits off of the exchange of Pan-Africanism. One has their hand out and they're receiving, and the other is having faith and belief that what transpire would be a blessing or an investment or some type of benefit down the road. And more times than not, there is no benefit that comes back from that relationship. It is one-sided and it is very predatory. And that's what a lot of people look at Black Americans as useful tools. You know, they see us as ATMs in Africa and all kinds of stuff. You said it's easy to say that. I get it, but the fact remains. I don't know what you mean. Don A says, I'm a white American and Black Americans are in all our same history. We are all Americans. These newcomers are not. Don't listen to their bullshit. Don't let them divide us, bros. Thank you for that. I think that we all have to know that this landmass is most important to the people that's only known America. That's the truth. And these foreigners that come over here are jealous that we have that history, and they don't. They wish that they did, and I know it. Richard says, I don't care where you are from. If you are not saying you are American, you need to go home. Exactly, Richard. That's what I'm saying. If you have any issue with being American, then you should leave. Then go build that paradise in Africa. Take your chances and see how it goes. Don't keep arguing with me about what you won't do. And I'm seeing you're not doing it, and you're steadily arguing with me. What benefit is that for me? None. The white man is sitting back laughing his ass off listening to us fight. I'm not fighting, though, fitness over 50. I'm just explaining my point of view, trying to make it crystal clear moving forward in the year 2025 that I will not let nobody dictate my identity. I'm not letting foreigners tell me that I don't belong in this country. I'm not having them try to replace me. I'm not going to be tricked into dumbing myself down, listening to other groups of people with other agendas. I'm not doing it. So pointing out the truth is just that, pointing out the truth. Indigenous Black Americans have nothing to prove to foreigners and shouldn't spend too much time arguing with them. Put them in their place and move on to your own issues, of the land says. Exactly. We don't have no time to tarry. Fish Guru says the rich are laughing. There are Black rich people. Don't forget, this isn't a white man issue, nor is it just a Black people's issue. Clearly, these people are laughing at those that would rather fight. We're not fighting, Fish. What are you talking about? Where is the fight? Do you hear me screaming and going off? I missed something. Pinky says, we are not deleting your comments. I just checked your channel history. Repost, careful with the words. YouTube deletes comments sometimes. Yeah, they do. Apple Tree says, fitness, you are so correct about that. Richard says, you must show facts if you say you are indigenous to America. I ain't got to show facts. I only know of America, and all my own family knows only of America. I ain't got to prove nothing to you or nobody. Sorry, who says I got to do that? And Tariq Nasheed goes around telling Blacks they were here before anyone. We've been here longer than any other immigrant group, Richard. We can claim indigenous to America. Duh. We've been here longer than anybody. We can claim indigenous. We helped build this place. Sheena says the Caribbeans, in saying that they were the one who fought for our civil rights, by not acknowledging it, they say we are rewriting history. That's crazy, Sheena. Trump baby, Cameron says exactly. Other land correct, Monique says. Pinky says, are you Black American to Fish Guru? If not, you don't have Africans and Caribbeans telling you who you are. Exactly. Apple Tree says, I don't understand why do people say Black Americans? Why not just American? That was a title they gave us, Apple Tree. Black is on my birth certificate. So it's been ingrained the time that I've been alive. I've been trying to break away from saying Black and saying more indigenous American, so that the reason why I use indigenous to make a distinction between immigrants and people that came thereafter. We are not the same. We do not share the same history. We don't have a lot of the same goals. I have my own thoughts. I have my own plight and my own, way of looking at stuff. I don't need to have them on top of me like that. They have their own identity. They should be able to rock their own identity and stop trying to rob me of mine. Fish Guru says, it doesn't matter what I am. My heart aches when I see people fighting, period. Oh, Lord. Who cares who is right or wrong? The dream doesn't include being right all the time. Okay, so now you're sentimental. Okay, Fish Guru. Pinky says, why does anyone have to prove anything to you? If you have issues with Tariq, or go over there and confront him, we're not his followers. Exactly. I ain't proving nothing to nobody. Just like you ain't proved shit to me. And even if you did, I don't care. I don't care. AV says, I know you don't know what I'm talking about. I don't either know FBA. I'm not FBA. I just acknowledge that they have a right to self-identify, and they have a right to have their own mind and belief about what's going on right now. And the fact that we are Americans, we have a right to have our own vantage point of thought, of view, of identity. Nobody should be able to dictate to us nothing. Other Land says many of those Caribbean countries got their independence well into the 1900s. They got motivated from our movements. Exactly. And Pinky says to Apple Tree, welcome. We were labeled black by the government. A lot of us do call ourselves Americans, not blacks. Yeah, it's conditioned on us because we've known a black American for decades, for many decades. And it's kind of hard to stop saying it. Although I'm trying to stop saying it, I want to say just indigenous American. If I could just keep my mind on that. Of the Land says, correct, the proper title is American, originally indigenous American. Exactly. Apple Tree says, Pinky, thanks, glad to be here. I believe it should be just American. You're right. Fitness Over 50 says, I looked up my family name on the census rolls. I went back to 1835 and nowhere does it say any of my people are from Africa. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if there are in my bloodline. I'm never going to say it could never happen. I'm not that far gone to think that there can't possibly be an African on my family tree. But just because that might be there does not magically turn me all the way into an African today. I'm sorry. I have other things going on in my blood as well. And I have to keep in mind all my people of America, period. Every one of them does matter no matter how they came to be. They all matter for what I claim myself to be. Apple Tree says, of the Land, that is what I'm saying. I would never label someone that way, but people now get offended on everything to me. Everyone is American. That is there legally. That is your homeland. Unfortunately, Apple Tree, people that come from other places have other allegiances to other places. Just because you think that they have a right to be considered one thing, do they think that way for themselves? Not necessarily. So, you know, I'm dealing with my identity and people that is affiliated with my category because it's going on social media right now. And people are really obsessing over our identity and our history and everything attached to us. It's really wild to even feel like this is going on. Pinky says, laughing at Americans fighting against Africans and Caribbeans trying to tell us who we are. He will keep laughing until they stop. Other Land says, facts, the African identity was not used for Americans. It's very modern. Exactly. Apple Tree says, people are in America for hundreds of years and have to be labeled. To me, that is just wrong. But that is what happened to us as a collective. We are the only people that have had all these name changes, and now this so-called notion of having an identity crisis, which we're not having. They're just upset that we're not accepting what they're trying to dictate to us, that we're going to be now transformed into something that we never been. We're not allowing that. Pinky says, you're right. I don't know if you think Americans are there with Africans, to AV. Stay in school, kids. Your mom would like me, says. Fish Guru says, Semantics, like I said, keep talking in circles and offer absolutely no solutions. I'm sure that this will just clean itself up. Bye-bye. I want solutions for all people, not pointing fingers. Bye then. You ain't got to stay. Goodbye. Other Land says, if your ancestors arrived here in 1634, how is your American heritage 1400 years old? To David Singh. Pinky says, then tell Africans and Caribbeans to leave us Americans alone and your heart will stop hurting. Other Land says, I wanted to ask that question too. No one's talking in circles. The solution offered here is to delineate, and accept your identity as being American. That's what we need to do. We don't have real leadership going on right now. It's just so much confusion going on. It's all over the place. And we need to get somewhere gathered to where we can relieve all this tension from all these people that are attacking us. Pinky Wells says, Singh is a troll. He's gone. Okay, thank you. Make America great again. JC says, exactly. It's a shame when we have to deal with our identity when no one else has to deal with theirs, because everybody's trying to take our identity or make it their own. Exactly, Charles. It's ridiculous. Just look at Kamala Harris, how she tried to just hijack African American, knowing damn well she's not related to us at all. Apple Tree says, I am from Europe and we learn history of America. You have nothing to do with Africa today. I don't mean anything bad when I say that, because some people get mad at me when I say that. Yeah, we don't have nothing to do with Africa today. I don't get mad. That's the truth. I'm American. Exactly, Apple Tree. Other Land says, I wanted to know what type of math David Singh was using. Pinky says, please go help the Africans and Caribbeans with the identity crisis of us Americans. We're just trying to stay away from them. We're trying to get them to either accept what we're saying or leave us alone. Because we don't want to keep having this same conversation for a whole nother year. I don't think we should waste any more time arguing about what we want to consider ourselves. But we have a lot of people that is Pan-Africans that are calling themselves getting ready with having the more of the same bullshit, attaching themselves to us and arguing with us. That's all they want to do. Miss D says nobody cares what Africans or Caribbeans care about our identity. Exactly. Pinky says Africans and Caribbeans get mad at me too when I tell them I'm not African. I just ask them to prove I'm African. They're ridiculous. When people visit my country, no matter what color, they are just American. Exactly, Apple Tree. And Apple Tree says, I don't understand why. To me, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't. And Pinky says, Kamala, Vivek, and Tulsa Gabbard, what's her name? Gabbard, aren't part of America's history, but listen to them talk. Exactly. Let them tell her they've been here longer than we have. They have offered more to this country than our own ancestors offered. It's very interesting how people do us, but we have got to be in the front line of this madness of propaganda, gaslighting, scapegoating, accusatory, and all the bashing that we as Indigenous Americans have to endure on social media. But outside of that problem, we have, like I said, many things to consider moving forward with Trump about to be a part of, being a president again, 47th president. It is 18 more days before he's in office, and it's already started off with a bang with all these different atrocities, terrorist attack that have happened with the car and the guy and the shooting at the club. And it just seems like it's about to rev up to be crazy coming up in 2025. I hope that it will not be as bad as it seems, but I think that we should be forewarned that maybe we should start not tripping so much about being in crowded areas as before, just to be safe. So with that being said, I've been on here for 4 hours, a long time. If you guys could please like and share the video. Please subscribe to my channel. And if I can, I'll be back tomorrow for another video. If not, just hit the notification. And then that way, when I do go live, you guys can see me again. But I intend to keep up with Trump's progress or whatever happens while he's president. So please, if you want to learn more about what Trump's on with the mass deportations or other news, as best I can, I will be trying to keep up with it. And for people that have suggestions or want to add to the program, if you're moderators, please go to the comment section or come with your information, whatever it may be, because helping me helps the program. So I appreciate everybody's participation and commenting, also hitting the like button and being here with me today. Please like and share the video. Let me see what else you guys are saying. Yes, Trump. Pinky says, what have Africans and Caribbeans have done to the Department of World? Nothing. My people are a new breed of people over 500 years, and they want to tether to our history. Exactly. Thank y'all for coming. Thank you, Of the Lamb, for saying it's a good live. Thank everybody for being here. Again, I'm looking forward to reporting on Trump more. I just hope that it's going to get a little bit better than what it started off to be. But just be safe out there. Do be aware of your surroundings. Be vigilant to not be a part of crowds and clubs and all that kind of thing. Let's see what's about to transpire, because too much stuff happened on the first, just to start off with. But please be safe, blessed, and bless up.